You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for May the 4th. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Is the force with you, Cindy, and the Habs?
Well, it's definitely with the Habs. Definitely with the Habs. They came out 2-1 in the game last night, taking the series 4-3. We now are going up against the Buffalo Sabres. So go Habs go. Last Canadian team left in the playoffs. Let's see how far they can get this year.
Are you showing your team sweater today? There you go. Yeah. All right. Only Canadian team left in playoffs, you said?
Yes, they are. Yeah. We just beat Tampa Bay, who has knocked us out in previous years. So it's really exciting to have taken that series, 7 games, going up against the Sabres next. So we will see what the next series brings us and keep our fingers crossed that we can bring the cup home to Canada.
Yeah, well, we know that if the microphone goes bad for the national anthems in Buffalo, that the crowd can jump right in and they know all the words to the song.
Right, they know all the words and they sing it proudly. It's beautiful.
They sure do, didn't they? All right, going from sports news, I think it's time to ask the heads from some cannabis and psychedelics news.
Okay, sports segment's over.
We didn't do the weather one then.
we replaced weather with sports today.
Correct. All right. You're up.
You're up. I'm up. Yes, that's right. Our first story today is coming to us from the Annapolis Valley Register through Saltwire. The headline reads, "Guns, Illegal Cannabis, Proceeds of Crime Seized in Kings County." A major enforcement operation in Kings County, Nova Scotia is giving provincial officials fresh ammunition in their argument that parts of the illicit cannabis trade are deeply entangled with organized crime activity. According to the RCMP, details cited by Saltwire, officers executed 6 coordinated search warrants across residences, a storefront, storage facilities, and an online cannabis distribution site connected to illegal sales in the Annapolis Valley region. What police say that they uncovered was substantial, more than 9.6 kilograms of dried cannabis, hash, over 1,500 THC edibles, approximately 2 kilograms of psilocybin, large quantities of unstamped tobacco, and more than $160,000 in cash. Investigators also seized 10 long guns, multiple vehicles, shipping containers, and an enclosed trailer believed to be proceeds of crime. Perhaps most notably, RCMP stated that intelligence indicates that operation was being supplied by organized crime groups, a phase that lands with particular force as Nova Scotia continues its heated public battle over illegal and Indigenous cannabis storefronts. Supporters of tougher enforcement will point to this as validation. But critics note an important nuance. One major criminal bust does not automatically define every unlicensed cannabis operation in the province. Still, politically. This seizure gives the Houston government, wonderful, exactly the kind of imagery it has been leaning on. Drugs, guns, cash, and criminal enterprise, all packaged into one headline. Well, Al, it depending on who it is and how they got the long guns, because we're talking rifles and hunting guns, not handguns and weapons. There's a big difference between the two. The rest of it goes with almost any unlicensed cannabis shop, whether it's indigenous or gray area legacy.
But
Yeah.
as you said, they'll use this as paint. Everybody is the same.
Yep.
Everybody gets painted with the same brush, is what we always used to say, and that's what's happening here, unfortunately.
All the time.
Yeah. There's no doubt that's what they'll use it for. That was one of the first things I questioned when I saw it. You sent me the article. I went.
The government was spewing last week that it's organized crime, heavy street drugs, selling of women. And they were talking about guns like they were like handguns and stick-up guns and, not necessarily hunting rifles. So I still have the question, who owns the rifles? Because that's the only part of what Houston was spewing that came forth. Who owns those rifles and what were they actually used for? Did you go into somebody's residence and more than one residence they went in and take their hunting rifles? Are they indigenous peoples? Are you taking their way of feeding their family by stealing their weapons? Or were they in fact meant to protect and to guard?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, another story to follow along with. See what's
Absolutely.
going on. Yeah. All right. From that, we're going to move on to our next story. This one is coming to us from normal.org. And the headline there says, Treasury Department says tax guidance is forthcoming for state licensed medical cannabis businesses. Now, the U.S. Treasury Department and the Internal Revenue Service will soon be providing explicit tax guidance for state licensed medical cannabis businesses so that they can ease their federal tax burden. The agencies announced their intentions in a press release issued one day after the acting attorney general's order to reschedule state authorized medical cannabis products from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act. They say the Treasury and IRS expect DOJ's action to have significant positive tax consequences for businesses in the medical cannabis industry, and Treasury and IRS plan to issue guidance to address the principal federal tax issues stemming from the final order, the release states. It continues with, rescheduling generally removes Section 280E as a bar to claiming deductions and credits for businesses that, as a result of the final order, no longer traffic in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 controlled substances under the CSA. The guidance is expected to clarify the ways in which, for businesses with multiple activities, Section 280E applies only to those activities related to trafficking in Schedule 1 or 2 controlled substances. Guidance is also expected to include transition rules, providing that for purpose of Section 280E, rescheduling generally will be considered to first apply for a business or business's full taxable year. That includes the effective date of the final order. Historically, state licensed cannabis operators have been prohibited from taking standard tax deductions, therefore artificially inflating their cost of doing business. And last week, the Attorney General's office and the DEA ordered state licensed medical cannabis products to be rescheduled under the federal law. The order also created a new registered pathway for state authorized businesses, which we're going to get into in another story. Now, the Attorney General's office also announced last week that there would be administrative hearings before the DEA in late June to determine whether to advance the pending recommendations to move all botanical cannabis products to from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Well, there you go, Cindy. Information for people who are in the cannabis businesses. and what's going to happen with the tax things as time goes along. It's information that has to be shared with them in order to be able to run their business.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, just a matter of time. Takes some get the paperwork in. People have questions. There'll be
Yep.
problems,
Red
I'm
tape,
sure.
red tape, and more red tape.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
And there'll be more of it.
I'm sure.
Alrighty. From that
Alrighty.
story, you've got one.
I've got another one. Yeah, I'm just going to click a couple of buttons here and get myself all set up. Coming to us today from the DNYUZ, which is a New York Times syndicated press. Headline is stating, a long, strange trip. How the GOP came to embrace psychedelic medicines. In what may have seemed unthinkable after a few years ago, segments of the American Republican Party are becoming some of the loudest voices pushing psychedelic medicine into the mainstream. It's weird. A new political deep dive traces how conservatives, once the architects of America's hardest drug war rhetoric, are now championing substances like psilocybin and ibogaine as potential tools for mental health treatment, particularly for military veterans struggling with PTSD, trauma, addiction, and depression. The shift did not come from the old hippie left. What? It came from decorated veterans, from Navy SEALs, right-wing media personalities, Silicon Valley investors, and members of Donald Trump's inner orbit who began publicly telling stories of psychedelic therapy changing, and in some cases, saving their lives. The advocacy recently translated into direct political momentum when President Trump signed an executive order accelerating psychedelic research pathways, flanked by figures including Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and influential veteran activists. The irony is thick. The same political machinery that spent decades demonizing mind-altering drugs is now helping usher in what could become a billion-dollar psychedelic medicine industry. I think the key words there in my mind are a billion-dollar industry. And it underscores a powerful truth in this movement. Once healing stories begin emerging from soldiers, police officers, and conservative families, psychedelic reform stops looking like counterculture and starts looking like healthcare. Al,
Bingo.
it's taken a long fight with this. A lot of veterans, a lot of people standing up and telling their stories, as well as people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
As soon as people start telling their stories and the benefits, and others hear those stories, things spread. And that's what's happened here. And it hasn't been something that has been demonized so much like cannabis has been, because of the smoking part of it all.
Yeah.
So it seems to be, I think it's going to be more acceptable to people versus the
I think it is. I
cannabis.
also, because, with cannabis therapy, 90% of that is done without a therapist. Like, I mean, we're at home, we're self-soothing, we're self-medicating. With a lot of these, psychedelics, it takes a facilitator. So you need somebody who's trained, whether it's iboga. They suggest, having a facilitator for large psilocybin doses. The one that I work with, 5-MeO DMT or combo, it's, you need somebody else there. You need a facilitator. And I think that adds a lot to it as well.
Yeah. And, a lot of it may end up being synthesized in the end.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not. So hopefully people have choice. Alrighty, from that story, we'll move on to the next one, the last one before we go to break. This one is coming to us from Green State, and the headline there says, DEA opens cannabis registration, but key questions remain. Cannabis industry was jolted when Trump administration announced it would immediately reclassify state licensed medical cannabis. The shift from the most restrictive Schedule 1 status to Schedule 3 could allow certain cannabis operators to access benefits, including the tax relief stuff we mentioned earlier. To be eligible for these new benefits, companies must register with the DEA, which opened its application portal this week. Now, under federal law, any business manufacturing or dispensing controlled substances, such as a pharmacy, have to be approved by the DEA. So that's it. Much of the requested information appears standard: personal details, state license numbers, and security plans. But some questions in the registration instructions raise more questions than answers. Here are some of the key sticking points. Now, Green States noted the number of questions about past criminal activity. The application repeatedly asked variations of: has the applicant ever been convicted of a crime in connection with controlled substances under state or federal law? The form also asks about the criminal histories of executives, partners, and anyone who may have access to controlled substances. For a dispensary, that could include a wide swath of employees, from fulfillment staff to bud tenders to delivery drivers, positions also notorious for high turnover rates. Now, given how common past cannabis convictions are for now legal conduct, some operators may wonder whether answering yes could disqualify or delay approval. The DEA also asked licensed cannabis operators to disclose prior activity that may not have been federally authorized. One question states: has anyone who will be involved in the ownership or operation of the firm previously manufactured, distributed, and/or dispensed any controlled substances without a DEA registration authorization such activity? So I would say, for an example, you're running a cannabis store and this new law comes in. Would you have to turn around and say, yeah, we ran a cannabis store even though it was federally illegal? Would that make you not eligible? They say in practice, applicants have already engaged in activities that now require DEA registration under federal law. DEA registration for state licensed medical cannabis companies is new, and some operators may feel hesitant about disclosing conduct that could be considered a federal violation. However, the question appears to mirror standard pharmacy application language. Now, Green State reached out to DEA to clarify these issues, and representatives from the DEA registration contact center did not provide additional details and said the information available on the DEA website is the only available information to them. So the DEA did not, as far as the press office, didn't respond to a comment. Cindy, some of that sort of sounds similar to what happened here, where they wanted ownership and all that, people with criminal record checks, making sure that they weren't convicted in the past of that. But obviously, if a lot of these stores that are now that have been moved to Schedule 3, they've been being operated by people illegally up to this point, other than state law, but federally would be illegal.
It's interesting. Because like a lot of things pop into my head, such as like these states that have decriminalized or legalized cannabis for either medical or recreational purposes. They have offered reparations. They have offered to, get rid of some people's records, et cetera, et cetera. What about those people? Do they have to state what has been?
Yeah.
Like,
if the record has been expunged, will they have to admit to it?
Yeah.
Good question. I'm sure that there's going to be some bumps in the road along the way.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely.
All righty. There we go.
Here we go.
It is time for us to take a break, isn't it?
It is.
It is. All right. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. right here at paceradio.net, and we will be back in about 3 minutes. See you then.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling tape, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
That way. I'm having enough someday, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics, the Cannabis Educational News. All right. Looks like Cindy's in the middle of doing something. And Cindy, I got some bad news. My cartridge just threw up.
Just threw up, did it?
Yeah. Out the end that you haul out of. It came out the hole in the end.
Well, that
That's what
sucks.
I mean. It just threw up. Yeah. One of these days, I'll find one that doesn't leak. I don't want the other. All righty. We got 4 more stories. Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Our next story is coming to us from the University of Victoria News. Brain injury survivors use psychedelics for symptom relief. A groundbreaking Canadian study is shedding light on a patient population that has largely been invisible in psychedelic medicine discussions, survivors of traumatic brain injuries. Researchers at the University of Victoria analyzed more than 6,100 responses from Global Psychedelic Survey and found that 208 respondents reported using psychedelics specifically to manage traumatic brain injury symptoms, everything from chronic headaches and depression to memory issues, anxiety, mood instability, and cognitive fog. Participants reported using substances such as psilocybin, LSD, ketamine, and 5-MeO-DMT bufo, often in carefully spaced low or moderate doses. And the most striking find, roughly 90% reported at least some improvement in their symptoms. Researchers say this is significant because traumatic brain injury has very few consistently effective pharmaceutical treatments, especially for the long-term emotional and neurological after effects that can leave people trapped in what one scientist describes as rigid loops of thought and behavior. Psychedelics, by contrast, may offer two things conventional medicine often cannot: reduced neuroinflammation and enhanced neuroplasticity, meaning the injured brain may become more capable of repair and adaptation. The researchers are careful to say that this is early data and self-reported, but it adds to a rapidly growing body of evidence suggesting psychedelics may have a role not just in mental health care, but in actual neurological recovery. And Al, I have seen this miracle happen to people that I know personally. I have watched them come back after having a stroke, and the doctors say there's nothing we can do. This is as far as the physio and our medicines can get you. And they start microdosing with psilocybin, and a year later they're talking and walking and moving their arm, and it's nothing short of a miracle.
As if it reconnects things in the brain.
Yeah,
That's
and
true.
with psilocybin, if it can't make that connection work, it finds a new pathway to that connection.
Wow.
It's unbelievable what this
It
medicine
is.
can do.
Yeah, I know it's unreal, but it's doing it.
It is.
It's doing it. So
It's doing it.
yeah, exactly. And 60 million people a year with traumatic brain injuries.
Yeah. Yeah, and this
Wow.
can be concussion, this can be stroke, this can be a brain tumor where they've had to take it out. Like, I mean, there's so many things that can fall into that category. The brain injuries that I've seen it help are concussion and stroke.
There you go. And when you see it, seeing is believing because you witnessed it.
That's right.
Yeah. Alrighty. From that, we're going to move on to some news that's going on here in Ontario. Some people may say it's good news. Some
For
people
the early risers, it's great news.
Exactly. But here we go. Coming to us from StratCan. Headline there says that Ontario cannabis stores can now open as early as 7 a.m. As of May the 1st, 2026, cannabis stores in Ontario can now open as early as 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't know, but if you're up that early, wake and bake, that's for sure. Now, the AGCO announced the change following public consultation held from April the 9th to the 24th. The new retail hours align with the province's existing rules governing the sale, curbside pickup, and delivery of liquor at licensed groceries and convenience stores. Now, cannabis delivery service can also now pick up products as early as 7 a.m., though permitted delivery times remain 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., mirroring the rules of alcohol retailers. Now, Ontario's Ministry of Attorney General hopes these changes will, over time, help legal cannabis retailers better compete with unlicensed illicit retailers and create operational efficiencies for the AGCO inspectors. This change gives Ontario the earliest cannabis store opening time in Canada. For comparison, Manitoba and Saskatchewan allow stores to be open at 8 a.m. Quebec is at 10, and other provinces are at no earlier than 9 a.m. Now, Genoa Cavon, founder of Kylex and Trichomes in Kingston, Ontario, says she understands some shift workers could benefit from the earlier hours. Still, she questions how much of a real need this is. She says expanding hours is always welcome. They're expanding in the wrong direction. I don't know why or know very many store owners who have asked to be open at 7 a.m. versus how many would have asked to open later. Who asked for that? This is benefiting very few stores owners, she says. Now, Mike Dunn, owner-operator of 1922 Cannabis Retail and Delivery in Toronto, says he sees it as a positive step, but would like to see deliveries begin earlier as well. Good first move, he says. Now, morning demand in cannabis is real and underserved, even at our current 9 a.m. opening. And he says 11% of all delivery orders happen in that first hour. Now, retail can serve that customer at 7 a.m., but delivery can't happen until 9. Same store, same product, 2 different rules. The fix is parallel. The next step is bringing delivery hours along with it, is what he says. I can agree with Jenaway. I don't know, 7 o'clock. I can see that shift worker, but is there that much of a market? Or are people more apt to want to go in and get cannabis after 11 p.m.? So like a bar is open, till 2?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I've been that shift worker getting off at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. And
So I
it would benefit me at that point in time. They're not saying that these stores have to open at 7. They're giving them
correct.
the ability to open at 7. So you may find some stores do that because they live close to shift work places, or they operate close to the shift work places, and it may benefit them. I mean, the last time I was in Toronto, there were people that probably at 4 a.m. that would have used cannabis, 5, 6, right?
It's alive 24/7.
It is, right? And it's do I think that there's going to be a market? Absolutely.
Yeah, people will use it. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. So okay.
Yes,
I'm
just clicking some buttons.
Clicking
some buttons and getting some readies. Time to move on to our next story, which is coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. Is cannabis an effective treatment for osteoarthritis pain in dogs? And yes, this week's cannabis science also goes to the dogs. A new report is examining whether cannabis-derived compounds may offer meaningful relief for dogs suffering from osteoarthritis, one of the most common chronic pain conditions in our aging pets. Researchers look specifically at cannabinoid-based formulations aimed at reducing joint inflammation, improving mobility, and lessening daily discomfort in dogs whose stiffness and pain can severely reduce their quality of life. The findings suggest that properly formulated cannabis extracts, especially CBD-dominant products, may provide moderate pain relief and improve movement in some animals. I have seen these miracles. It can help greater willingness to climb stairs and improve general comfort. Veterinary researchers caution that dosing remains a major issue, and not all commercially available pet cannabis products are created equally. But the early evidence is increasingly difficult to dismiss. The endocannabinoid system appears to play a role in pain regulation in animals just as it does in humans. Oh, it sure does. That means cannabinoid medicine may soon become a larger part of veterinary pain management, particularly for pet owners looking for alternatives to long-term anti-inflammatory drugs that can strain the liver, kidneys, and or stomach. So while the cannabis conversation usually focuses on human medicine, this story is a reminder that the therapeutic frontier may be much broader. For trauma patients, from trauma patients to aging golden retrievers. The plant keeps finding new places to matter, and it sure does. And we have a host here on this network that has, he had a dog. Her name was Mika, and he was going to let her go at the age of 16. The poor dog could barely get up and move. The last few days, at that age of 16, she was barely moving, and he started hitting her with high doses of CBD.
Didn't he also already have scheduled an appointment?
Yes, the morning that was scheduled for them to come euthanize her, she got up after some CBD, like higher doses of CBD, and walked to the door and asked to go out and pee, which she hadn't done in a while. He had been having to carry her out. So he called the vet and he said, I'm going to cancel. I don't know how much more time this is giving me with her, but I'm going to take every second I can. And he ended up dosing her with medicinal mushrooms, non-psychedelic medicinal mushrooms. And she lived until 10 days before her 19th birthday, where she passed peacefully at home in her sleep.
3 years, 3 more years. And for anybody who sees the commercials on the at ease, you can see Mika. She's in the
Yeah.
commercial.
Yeah. So the product that At Ease, now BioThriving, puts out, they are called, the CBD drops are called Mika drops. And
Oh,
he's,
they named him after her. All
yeah,
right.
he's put together the non-psychedelic mushrooms with liver and other adaptogens that are specifically for dogs. And he calls it Puppy Power, which is Mika approved. And I have seen these products work together to help so many dogs.
Mm,
Yeah, so if your dog is suffering, I cannot recommend enough these products.
yeah, yeah, exactly. All right, and I know a fella, Ollie Dog. He's made it
All
for
the
years.
dogs.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. They
CBD
they
product.
again offer that CBD product and offer it in a way the same as Steve does. That actually it's formulated and it actually works for the dogs. They've got the right
Yeah,
product for animals, and it really does work. Ollie has seen miracles happen himself.
exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, from the
Right.
dogs, we're gonna go to migraines. What do I mean? Here we go. Next story. This one is coming to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. UK study finds medical cannabis helps migraine patients. Yes, international researchers estimate that migraines are the second leading contributor to the global burden of neurological diseases, with as much as 14% of the global population experiencing at least one migraine per year. A migraine is a severe headache associated with intense throbbing pain or pulsing feeling, often on one side of the person's head. Pharmaceutical products like ibuprofen, uh, naproxen, and aspirin are often used by migraine sufferers to treat their condition. Now, medical cannabis is also used by some patients, with many of them reporting positive outcomes after incorporating medical cannabis therapies. A team of researchers based in the UK and affiliated with various health and academic institutions recently conducted a study examining medical cannabis use by patients suffering from refractory migraines. The longitudinal study's findings were published in the journal Brain and Behavior. They say the case series utilizes data from the UK Medical Cannabis Registry. Primary outcomes included changes in the Headache Impact Test 6, Migraine Disability Assessment Test, Generalized Anxiety Disorder, Single Item Sleep Quality Scale, and they said they had a baseline up to 24 months. Adverse events and the severity were recorded, and they say that the cannabis-based medical products were associated with improvements in health-related quality of life measures to up to 2 years, according to the researchers, and were relatively well tolerated. The researchers found that higher THC doses were associated with a greater likelihood of improvement on migraine-specific measures. Findings indicated utility of CBMPs for migraines, which are CBMPs or cannabis products for the migraines, but randomized control studies or trials are required to establish Caucasian. The researchers concluded. Now, according to the market analysis by Grand Review Research, the global migraine drugs market size was estimated at $6.8 billion in 2024, and it could be up as high as $13.5 billion by 2025. That's a lot of money, Cindy. But if people can get benefits out of high THC products in order to relieve their migraines, I know a lady who suffers severely by these things.
Yeah.
It's much better than taking those pills that they can get.
Oh, yeah, and CBD actually, with its anti-inflammatory ways, like, I mean, it, the properties that it offers there, like, that's what helps the headaches.
Yeah, yeah.
Straight up.
There's people that are in the same conditions as me that can't take anti-inflammatories. They can't do ibuprofen in order because it has anti-inflammatory properties in it.
Yep.
But we can use cannabis for fine that way.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, just another study, things that people know about, but it's good to see that they're actually gone beyond or going beyond that anecdotal
Yes.
end of things.
Yeah, it's nice to see that.
So, all right. Anything else?
I don't think so.
No.
No.
All right. That's it. All right. On to a road tour for today. Go Habs, go! Is your shirt purple like Vancouver?
It is the cancer. Right. So this is what they wear when they play the game to raise money for cancer research, breast cancer specifically.
Breast cancer. Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah. Okay. So it's even extra special sweater. Then.
It is extra. And my daddy bought it for me. Yes, I'm 54 years old and still call him my daddy. And my dad got it for me when we went to a game a few years ago. So it's not just extra special, but it's extra special.
Extra special. Exactly. I was going to say the same thing. All right. Other than that, that's it for today. Thanks go out for everybody for tuning into the broadcast as well as to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. We'll see you this coming Thursday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. And don't forget, as I always say, to educate, medicate, and do not.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Slipping in the coldest part of this old house. tent glow purple and white. Leaves dance slow in the man-made side. Fans whisper like they're telling me, keep it moving, keep it easy. In my basement garden, growing my time. Little green secret under this light. Whole world upstairs keeps spinning its noise. Down here it's soil, silence and joy. Oh, in my basement garden, I'm feeling alright. Hey, composter in the back, slow burn gold. Last year's leaves turning back too long. Old roots, new shoots, same old song. Turn it, learn it, pass it on. Rose and press park by the sea. Glass jars lined where the wall paint chips. Sticky dreams in a steel vice grip. Radio plays that outlaw mix. Hey, in my basement garden, growing my time. Little green secrets under this light. Whole world upstairs keeps spinning its noise. Down here it's soil and silence and joy. In my basement garden, I'm feeling alright. Supplies on the shelf like a tiny store. Filters, bags, and a busted old torch. Hand smells strong, heart feels clean. Only place I let myself breathe. In my basement garden, growing my time. Little green secrets under this light. Whole world upstairs keeps spinning its noise. Down here it's soil and silence and joy. In my basement garden, I'm feeling alright, so right, so right, so
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should with your physician.
wake up, roller. Tune in, it's the high guys. Let the good vibes begin. Yeah. Yeah. 2 hours on the line. It's a Tuesday thing. 10 Eastern on the dot. When the hotline ring, got the headlines hot, got the jokes on cue. Little pop up perspective in your daily news. High guys podcast. Tuesday at 10. News, reviews.
Hey, guy, you know what? You know how we were talking before we went live, how nothing was working today?
Yes.
Well, did you look at our stream? Look at where we're streaming to.
Everywhere?
Well, no, I've got notification here that 2 of our streams didn't go live.
They're all working here.
Are they?
They
Oh,
say they
no.
are. I have no errors.
Oh, I have 2 errors, and both of them are our networks on our pages on Facebook. That's what it tells me.
Well,
Hey, why don't we look it up on our phones and see what it says to us?
I'm concentrating more so on getting people to our YouTube channel, as you know,
Oh yeah.
because I'm sick of Facebook. They delete videos after 30 days now, and so
Yeah.
all of the pages that I have, our pages,
Yep.
my pages, all look like a blank fucking page of empty videos.
Yeah, content not available.
And I'm sorry, but that's not a social network page. That's a fucking alt delete fucking control page.
Yeah.
What am I
Yeah,
looking for?
I'm not seeing it on my page.
I just loaded it on my page. All right, well, let's see here. What is it? I'm not seeing any errors here at all, Al.
You don't, eh?
No.
Pull up grab your phone or open
I have
another
my
tab.
phone.
Yeah.
I have it in my hand.
Yeah, I keep refreshing. I'm not seeing it.
Huh. On Facebook, yeah?
Yeah, on Facebook, yeah.
Well, this is the issue, that I'm having with Facebook at the moment. So,
Okay, and it also says it's not broadcasting at 420 radio on my end.
so basically, all our Facebook pages are not broadcasting.
No, it's going to some of them. It's going to the Hi Guys, and it's
Hi,
going,
guys.
Yeah, and it's going to one other here.
I guess it really doesn't matter.
420
people
Pace
who
Project is
want to
going
listen
there.
to the store will find us, right?
Yeah. Oh, some people have. We've got some viewers.
Yes, I
Hi,
see.
viewers.
Oh, somebody just left.
Yeah.
Give us a chance, won't you?
Okay, I'm gonna jump out of that page.
I'm still looking here.
Yeah.
I am. It's on my page. On my page, I shared it from the Hi Guys.
Right.
I shared it on the group, so it's in my group.
Okay. I'm at 420radio.ca Facebook page. And
Nothing.
I don't see it.
Well, I'm going to share it there from YouTube.
Yeah, you're like, because it shows your last broadcast was actually Saturday or 3 days ago. Saturday.
I'm not being
Yeah.
recommended at the moment. Oh, and welcome to season 4, by the way.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, season 4 of the Hi Guys. That's right.
Did the start of season 20 on 420 radio?
Is it?
I did on Friday. Yeah.
Okay. Just gonna
Righty then.
take that off and then add you back in.
I've made a whole $6.22 on Facebook.
Have you?
I have.
Ah, where you going?
I'm gonna go
with earnings like that. You must be traveling someplace.
all the time, man. All the time.
Yeah. Just so you know, I reset those pages.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah,
I see them now.
yeah, I reset them.
And they worked?
Yeah, they work. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see about that.
All right.
All right. I have shared.
Yeah, I heard you say something about not recommended. You got them too?
No. Well, Yeah. And
I get them. I get them as coming and going. Oh, look at that. 420 radio. They just lost it on Facebook.
so anyways, go to our YouTube pages. You can go
Yeah.
to Pace Radio, you can go to 420 Radio, you can go to the 420 Pace, and watch us, all of our shows live without any, usually,
Any of this type of
knock on wood.
shenanigans going on here with the gremlins.
There's lots of gremlins because people keep changing things and they don't just stop when it works.
Yeah. Now I just reset that page again, and it's apparently it's running.
We know what Al's
How
doing.
long?
for
Who
the
knows?
show.
Maybe for another minute or two. Then it'll lose it again. Then I'll just leave it. So, all right. What have you been? As far as like health and weather wise up there in the Great White
Tired.
North.
Tired, health's not great. Going to the doctor next week.
Oh yeah. And that's not, is that in town, or you got a 3-hour ride for that?
No, the hospital's just up the corner.
Oh, okay.
Like
Just
I could probably watch it. There it goes again.
yeah.
I could probably walk it, but I'd rather not. It's halfway between my place and town and Dean and Alzora's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So like you say, you can walk it, so it's not that far.
It's very hilly here, so
Is it?
if I had to, I probably could, but I'd rather not because there's lots of hills between me and there, like steep ones.
Is it?
Yes.
Mm.
I either have to go down a really steep hill or walk around.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jeez. Either you get your cardio going up the hill or going the distance.
One of my goals for this year is to get out walking again. So, we'll see what happens. But as of right now, I'm taking the car over.
Well, especially, the weather. Like it's getting there.
I've
but
only sat out twice so far.
watching the Eagles.
Watching the Eagles soar. Yes. That'd be a good title for a song. Write that down. Yesterday,
Yeah.
it was so windy. I hear it was windy down there too. It was so windy here yesterday that the new birds, were learning how to fly in the wind and chasing each other, and it was like watching an air show.
Oh.
Yeah, the crows and the ravens. Yeah,
Right.
and then every now and then a bald eagle goes by.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, and then they get upset and they go after the bald eagle. It's weird to see like 6 blackbirds going after a bald eagle. They chase it down, The minute they come in hunting in their territory, right, which is basically in front of my house. I've got like 5 or 6 blackbirds that hang around. One raven and his wife. That's Frankie and Fred. And they come over when they see me out front, and I put peanuts out for them. I see you've got deer already.
Oh yeah. The deer, there was like 7 or 8 of them in the field the other day, and they got some video footage of them out there just grazing around. And they're right at the pond, like within eyesight here of the house, not very far whatsoever. Well, basically just behind where you parked when you were here. And the deer are right down by the house.
Yeah, I've seen the videos. I had something very large walk past my window.
Oh, did you?
Yes. It was not a bear. It was larger than a bear. So I'm assuming it was a moose. Just roaming
Me
through.
too. Us too. I don't know if the,
Oh, you got one a picture on the highway, eh?
Yeah, right at the corner here, right at the stop sign, the corner of the property.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
it was our neighbor who spotted it. Took the
Now you
picture.
know they're there.
Yeah, they're there. I'm hoping I got. I hope they came through the property and I got some pictures on the trail with the trail.
Oh, yeah,
cam.
that would be good. I got to go out and reconfigure my cameras. 2 of them were under snow all winter.
Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna put them up on in the corners of the roof ceiling,
Mhm.
right? The overhang. And kind of get the whole
The whole view and the angle in that spot.
looks like, and there's already been a bear around because I'm already missing a bag of garbage. Stole a fucking bag of kitty litter.
Oh,
I haven't even been into the backyard to look for it yet. So I'm sure it's there somewhere.
Oh,
It was there the day before.
Was it?
Yep. And we have been getting posts that they are around.
Yeah.
So it's bear season. Yogi will be by soon.
Right. Yeah.
Either Yogi or 2 tags.
Have you seen him yet?
No, but I'm very curious to know if he's going to be back because they were trying to catch him all summer last year, and they relocated him once, 150 plus kilometers away, and he was back within a month. And then he was around. I know he was around because he was lounging in my backyard. And then he just disappeared. And they were trying to catch him, but I didn't hear that they caught him. So I don't know if he's just,
Hasn't come by yet.
Not yet. No.
Yeah.
They usually come over here June, July.
Mm-hmm.
They're still waking up, right? But they are around.
Yeah.
No skunks yet, knock on wood.
I haven't seen any. Any skunks.
It's hard to tell a skunk. It's hard to tell a skunk and a possum at night.
Oh yeah.
Well, because
I haven't come across either of them.
it's night vision, right? So it's gray. There's no white, no black. There's no spots. It's just,
I know.
And it's hard to tell. And they have the same kind of nose. A possum has the same kind of face as a skunk, right? Are they?
Yeah.
Are they family? I don't know.
Well, haven't got a clue. I haven't seen anything. It's just everything's just sort of waking up, getting going again. Because even our spring wasn't super warm or anything.
What I do know,
like you're talking this morning, it was still friggin' -1. It was warm here.
3 now.
It's raining.
3.
3.
It was rain. It rained all day yesterday. And then the day before that, we had a bout of it snowed all day, dude. It was white everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, but within 12 hours, it was gone.
Right.
But yeah, things are waking up. It's mud season.
Yeah. Oh, I see. We got a comment.
I can't. It's too small. I have.
Is it? Yeah, I make it bigger. How's it going, guys? It's going good.
Big.
Feeling better today than what I have the last day and a half.
You're not grumpy today?
No, I'm not grumpy today. I'm suffering from
Crohn's.
Eating something that I shouldn't have ate. That's part of my product review.
Oh, I know what you're going to review. I have questions.
Yeah.
I've been getting bad heartburn lately.
Have you?
Yeah, like nauseating, having to throw up, bad.
Right.
Yeah. So
Well, there you go. You got your answer. How things are going. Both of us been feeling a little bit on the blah side, but we're here and we're live, right? And we got some. We've got some music that we're going to play during the broadcast, as well as I'm going to say it's a update on the cannabis driving laws. We're going to get an update from a lawyer that posted a video on Facebook, so we're going to play that video at some point as well.
right, and we're gonna also
And we got
talk about
products.
what did or did not happen at the GMM.
Yes. Yeah, we got. I think let me just check. I think
Alan and I could go.
No, we couldn't go.
Truck issues.
Yes, it left me on. You know, my truck's been so good. I've had it for 7
I
years.
remember when you bought it.
Yeah,
You came
It's
down
been-
to the city to buy it.
yeah, it's been really good. And then all of a sudden, now it seems to be having some type of electrical problem where my radio's gone off while I'm driving.
So I'm gonna give you a little something to try because it worked for my car.
Yeah.
My car, Santa Fe XL,
Yeah.
and it has been plagued with recalls,
Mm-hmm.
mostly electrical. So I've had things like my stereo system, which I paid to upgrade and put in,
Right.
just stopped working. It wouldn't even turn on. And then I had to change my battery because the car wasn't starting. And as soon as I changed everything from everything just fired back up again and came back on. So what I've done I've had to do a few times because of this electrical issue is actually detach the battery, get everything reset, and then it just works fine for a little while. You try that. There you go. Maybe you won't have to wait 2 weeks.
I'll give it a try. That's all I can do. Yeah, to get at this, get at the shop to get tires changed, it's friggin' 2 weeks wait now. So now I've got this problem.
Well,
Yeah.
I
Left me on the
made it-
side of the road. Had to give CEA a call. And I just wasn't gonna risk driving to Toronto with an unknown problem. So yeah,
I don't blame you.
no.
Now,
I don't think anybody does.
I have not seen many posts on stuff, but we'll on the GMM.
Well, yeah. Well, why don't we? I don't know. I've got some pictures here from Allison's Facebook account. I can bring them up.
Can we put some music on and go through her pictures?
Sure.
All right. Since it's that time of the year, I thought we could grow some weed. I'm getting sick of that, Al. It doesn't start at the beginning. You can put it on top there, but
What?
put them on top.
It won't add.
Oh, I got the thing on.
Yeah,
Oh,
won't add.
I do that soil by hand. Red dirt on my knees. Morning sun on the fence. Fresh leaves shaking the breeze. Water in the old blue can. I tend it. I don't rush. Grandma called me patient. Said good things grow in hush. Lean in close, my baby. See that green unfold. So fire in the garden. Turn the plain to gold. Grow some weed, grow some weed. Let that sweet leaf rise. African sky. Grow some weed, make the whole yard sing. Grow some weed, watch the green drum ring. Go to the wire gate, kids laugh past the tree. I keep the rows neat like a song in three. Cousin on the corner, tap tap on the tin. He said the good crop got the whole town grinning. Lean in close, my baby, see that green unfold. Slow fire in the garden, turn the plain to gold. Grow some weed, let that sweet leaf rise. Grow some weed, under African sky. Grow some weed, make the whole yard sing. Grow some weed, watch the green drum ring. When the rain cut loose, stay with the ground when the wind got rough. I heard that proud sound, no fear in my chest, no shame in my name. Just a man in his patch and the season in flame. Grow some weed, let that sweet leaf rise. Grow some weed, under African sky. Grow some weed, make the whole yard sing. Grow some weed, watch the green drum ring.
Hey, Al, I'd just like to say la 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 la. You're paused, buddy.
Right, there we go. The TV started up.
The TV.
Yeah, I can hear the TV's running upstairs.
Maybe
Thing
your
is, I'm
wife
the only one
went to
home.
work early.
I'm the only one. I'm the only one.
Tessa's up there watching.
Well,
What's his face?
yeah, I heard the cats are up there.
What's his name? What's his name? Caesar.
Oliver, Garfield, Odie.
No, Caesar Milan,
Oh.
the dog whisperer.
Oh.
Teaching your dog how to do things.
Yeah. Now, as far as what we were talking about before,
Oh, yeah. Let me move
let's
this.
get to the pictures of the GMM. And then following that, I have got a song about the GMM with some pictures of yesteryear. I'm gonna call it. So yeah, here we go. I got them here. Oh, she's behind us.
That's okay. So just bring her in front.
Okay, there you go. Got her in front. All right, so there you go. This is Allison, as always, with her sign, Teach the World. And some guys, vendors. I see right here they have some apples that they're selling. Gary. And I'm not sure of the other fellow's name. There's Allison. That's her brother in common law, Cameron.
Okay.
Don't leave. That's how that's said. Fellow with the apple. Showing how much used. Yeah, it just keeps smoldering away in there. Say some gummies. Some dogs. There's a puppy.
That looks
Puppies
like
always
a
come to the.
not terrorist dog.
Yeah. Okay. Let's stop by to see Allison. They're European boxers, Allison says. Zarina, you know her?
Of course, yes, I know.
Allison speaking with some fella.
So not many people there again, but some.
Yeah, you look at the there's an idea of the people that were there, I would say, vendors. Look in the background if you want to see the,
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah.
Kim's Diamonds. Don't forget, Tim's got some great tie-dyes. Check out her
Yes,
tie-dyes stuff. What's that?
Hello, Roy.
They're starting, I think they're starting the March here, or they're just into the March.
Was Alan was Allison out front? I wonder. Or did Gary forget?
I'm going to say by the looks, I'm going to back up here. Okay. I don't see a wheelchair here, but that doesn't mean that she's not.
Yeah, she takes off.
Correct. Yes. She's known to scoot along. There's a video. And back to the picture.
Cool.
So there we go.
Disappointing that we didn't go this year. It's the first time that Al and I haven't done it in I don't know how long.
Yeah, where'd we go? There we are. We're back. I see we switched sides.
No, because you didn't push the button.
I put the different layout on, right?
Yeah, I've named the layouts that I use now.
Yeah. Hey,
because I was
good
getting
morning there, Roy. Roy T6894 just joined in for the first time. Okay, there we go.
Hi.
So yeah. I would say like the amount of people there this year, from what we see in the pictures, anyways, right?
Right. Was even less than last year.
Similar.
It was
to
about
last
100
year.
people last year. What?
You think it's smaller than last year, or similar?
Probably similar, maybe smaller. There was about 150 people there last year.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
With a far cry from the 20 to 40,000 that would show up and pack in the fucking streets of Toronto.
Yeah. Well, I have a song for that.
All right.
Do we want to listen to it?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not sure how it's going to show up on the screen because of this layout and stuff, but
it'll go big. We'll make it bigger.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Jack signs on the ground, friend rolling up from every side, filling up downtown. Drummers on the corner, tie-dye flags held high. Mamas with their strollers, sharing lighters, sharing time. We get high on the street, steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the street, high on the street. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside door. We're the cloud outside your door. Glass pipes on a blanket, brownies in a pan. Clipboards, pens, petition, change starts hand to hand. Saxophone is wailing, kids dance on the curb. Cops watch from a distance as we chant each burning word. We get high on the street, high on the street. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendor to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the street, high on the street. Oh, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. And smoke and joke. This is laws that choke our folks. Grandma's pain, herself for that. Tell me how you justify that. Side by side we blaze a path. Turn that stigma into laugh. night. So in 2 days in open light, we get high, high on the chart. Steps in rhythm, hard on the window to the bed. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. So at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame, yeah. Till the law remembers our name. Oh, got trinkets and things. Musicians are jamming on electric guitar strings. Yeah. Friends gather round now with stories to tell, breaking these old laws. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, we get high, high on the steps in rhythm, hearts on the windows on the band. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame, yeah. Till the Lord remembers our name. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no.
There you go.
Yeah, I miss those days, buddy.
In the past, how things were, and will he ever get that way again? Probably not. I'd be surprised if it did, but it doesn't mean that the numbers can't increase from what they are now, because there's still lots of things that can and should be done. Whether
it's also a festival that is celebrating something.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be, a march. It can be a festival.
Yeah. Well, that's in those pictures. That's what it was at that point. There was the march and the festival.
The last event that I went to down there, or the last GMM I went to, was actually the last Freedom Festival. They used to combine them both on the same day.
Exactly.
And there was a stage and everything.
Yes.
But then Queen's Park said, "Nuh-uh," and things changed and went more rogue after that. And although people still came, they don't much anymore. I think the thought
we got hit with COVID, and
that's what killed it. That's what
legalization, then COVID.
Yep.
And
it's sad.
It died, basically. But its heartbeat is still there. But it's just going to be, obviously less people. That's all. I see Roy T has commented again. It's like mentioning what they're consuming.
Thingy back up there.
Yeah.
PI cross.
Yes. So I cross. So yeah, there's
sharing our stuff. Yeah, a lot of the festivals are declining. The first few ICC weekends went off really well, and then the last one nobody showed up.
Yeah.
Some things just have not and will not bounce back from COVID.
Yeah. I know somebody who went to the last one, and they were
I know a few people that went, and I asked how things were, and they said, thinking that they're having a good time like they usually do, And I said, "How are things going?" He says, "We left hours ago. There was nobody there.
Yeah. Well, this person
They
went down.
didn't set up their booth or anything."
That's what this person said, is that there was only like 3 booths left when they got there.
Yep.
That was it. So yeah, there's we used to have all those events. We used to cover all those events, and now things have changed.
I don't like it because I can't go to the events for several reasons, mostly because I'm up here. And but I enjoyed going, in your pocket.
Pocket, as you always say. Yeah, I carry you around in my pocket. But because you can see what's going on. Well, now with the video end of things, but before, even when we were just doing the audio, you weren't seeing it, but you were involved in it. Part of the conversation, listening to what's going on, all that.
Well, we did the same thing when it was just audio too.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So what we got? Hey, thanks, Joe. Thanks for the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is a lot of cannabis events going on in Hamilton and Toronto. And so the community's still there. It's just a younger group. It's a different. Even the comedy place is gone now.
Yeah.
Joanne's doing shows other places.
Correct.
It's gone as well. Vapor Central's gone. The Toronto Hemp Company is gone. Like THC, is it?
Yeah. We used to always stop in there.
It's just not the same anymore.
Yeah, I got cafe or the yeah. Gotta agree with Roy T. Yeah, he says that every type of event, regardless of genre, has been affected post-COVID.
Oh, sure it has. Sure,
Yeah.
Some things are bouncing back, like the tourist industry is bouncing back big time. It's obviously it's different.
The cannabis business is still going along.
Well, they're trying.
Alrighty. Talking about cannabis, I'm just rolling joints. If you see me looking down.
Of which he's not allowed to smoke in the house.
Correct. Yeah, I don't smoke in the house. It's not that
You're not ready to go sit out on the porch and do shows yet?
I have tested it, and reception will be fine. I just got to get the appropriate weather.
Yes, I was going to go down to the beach today.
Oh yeah.
Because I got a whole holder for my phone and stuff.
Right.
So, but it's just too cold, and the sun's trying to come out, but it's not doing it.
Yeah.
But it would have been a good time to go down there because they've opened up the floodgates and the gorge is just gorging.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's just too much water, right? Like our sump pump's still going. It just ran, but it's slowed down a lot. It's not going every minute now.
Has the flooding stopped?
Yeah. As far as like our pond is subsided, it's not flooded. It's not overflowing anymore.
Al has issues with flooding. His old house, his backyard was a big swimming pool.
Yeah. That was that first year when I moved in there. It was deep. Then I almost got up to the house, and our house was uphill from where the water was.
I was surprised with the amount of water that ended up down at the bottom of the hill at the farm. To be honest.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's all the snow melting and everything, right?
Yeah, but there was a few times when David David and I were sitting out watching a movie during a tornado.
Yeah.
We were sitting out in the big tent. I had a big 9-man, as you know, set up as our living room, and yeah. Eventually, the wind ripped it apart. Unfortunately,
Yeah. Unfortunately, do that. So.
Like my greenhouse, I'm now up to 5.
Good morning, Guerrero Grows, and Roy T says it's bone dry where he is, and he's in Northwest his
Virginia.
VA, so Virginia. Yeah, no, it's like our ground's still soft.
Yes, here too. It's like I said, it's mud season.
Yeah. You know, the
mud season.
I've seen I haven't been out on the trails, but from what I'm seeing posted online, there's still water on the trails and stuff.
Yeah, like I said, it's very muddy. I haven't been out even in the backyard yet. It's still muddy and poopy.
Guerrero's from Canada. Wonder what he's growing, or they are growing. All right, what we got here? Oh, did you want to touch on that? Should I bring up that video?
Yes. Because it affects us all.
It does. This affects
No, this really affects us all.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Because you, me, every other medical cannabis user in Canada,
well,
and even rec is at risk because
there was finally a judge that made a move in the opposite direction as others have done. And when you see this story, you will see what I'm talking about.
See Guerrero's comment? I'm way South Canada, called California.
The other Canada.
Yeah, the other Canada. Yeah, I see that part of Canada on some of the maps online every once in a while. But yeah, this the lawyer, Kaylee Lee from British Columbia, she's got a few things to say about a decision that came down by the courts on our impaired driving laws when it comes to cannabis and the 5 nanogram limit that was arbitrarily put into the law by the government.
Quite sneakily.
Yeah. So I will share this video. See how many Facebook messages come up in the process. Click, 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 click. All righty. Here it comes.
In an ironic twist of fate, today is 420, and the Ontario Court of Appeal has dismissed a constitutional challenge to one of Canada's THC impaired driving laws, specifically the law that makes it an indictable offense in Canada to drive with a blood THC concentration of 5 nanograms of THC per 100 milliliters of blood, or the legal limit, we'll just call it, for blood THC concentration. Mr. Robertson had argued that that was arbitrary because there were people who were not impaired in any way who would have that blood drug concentration, people who had consumed alcohol, who had consumed drugs, medical users would have in underlying these things. He argued that scientifically it didn't support the law, and the law was overbroad by putting people at risk of criminal conviction and jail on the basis of the fact that they could essentially face conviction for something that didn't pose a real public safety risk in actuality. And the court dismissed this They determined that there was a rational connection to the objective of reducing the risks associated with drug-impaired driving, even though some people who aren't actually impaired are captured by and convicted under the law. Wild. Our Ontario Court of Appeal upheld a law that said, yes, some guilty people will not go free so that innocent people can be convicted. That's what they said, not the other way around, which is what it's supposed to be. Some guilty people may go free so that innocent people don't get convicted. That's the way the law is supposed to function. But the Ontario Court of Appeal has decided the opposite. And has found in this case that unfortunately the law is constitutionally valid. Now, it wasn't the best set of facts to bring the case on. There were deaths involved in the accident here, and you know what they say: bad facts make bad law. But today, 420 cannabis impaired driving laws in Canada have been upheld by the Ontario Court of Appeal.
Yeah, a judge had the balls to stand up and say something.
Yeah. I see.
Which is unfortunate for all of us who consume cannabis, either medical or recreational, and then get behind the wheel. Now, do I smoke and drive? Not anymore. It's too dangerous. And there's a lot of assholes out on the road.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Well,
but you could get up tomorrow morning, drive into Thunder Bay, without even consuming, or 2 days down the road, and go to Thunder Bay, and someone for some reason you get pulled over and ride program or whatever.
Well, I mean, I took one of the kids up for a drug test who was trying to get on with one of the railroad companies.
Mm-hmm.
And I know for a fact there was no consumption for at least 6 weeks on that by this individual. And yet they tested, and the lady said, "You must have been smoking on your way up here because your levels are really high." And he had not had anything in 6 weeks. But he was around it. He was around, both of his parents smoked, his siblings smoke, his cousins smoke, so he was around it. I smoke. And unfortunately, he was denied the job for doing it the right way.
Yeah.
So
it's too bad.
It's unfortunate, but the law is the one to be on the road with somebody who's had a few drinks and then jumps behind the wheel. No, not particularly. Same for anybody under drugs, but as a medical patient, I'm always going to blow over.
Oh, always. Yeah. Like I said, your example, I know of somebody who tested a month after. Now, I don't know whether they were over the 5 nanograms or not, but they still showed THC in their system. So I don't know how long you'd go still maintaining that 5 nanograms, but obviously it isn't going to go away over or within 24 hours. There was one fella, this was years ago, that said that he'd never had a driver's license, and he'll probably never have a driver's license because getting up in the morning, his blood level was 32 nanograms of THC in his system.
Is there a home test that you can get?
No, why not? Exactly. I wondered the same thing.
Well, you can. They do have home tests for cannabis.
Yeah.
At the dollar store, you can buy them. But do they tell you? They just tell you if you're positive or negative. You can, right beside the COVID. But it doesn't tell you how many nanograms you have in your system. It just tells you it says T or C, whatever those mean, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just showing. It's showing consumption, recent
Where they
consumption.
get
It's not
the-
showing impairment. It's just showing recent consumption,
But does it? Yeah, right.
which is the same thing. Which is the same thing that the
It's
police
a blood test,
devices
so
do.
I think you need a blood test to get that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I hope this person, as Kaylee says, it's not a good case, but even still, I hope it, or at least if not this case, another case goes higher, because
I hope it's not
in a superior court. It's a high enough court that it can be Canadian-wide ramifications.
I'm wondering if this will be appealed and then appealed again.
Could
How
be.
many times can you appeal?
Well, I think the next appeal will be the Supreme Court,
Which
because they went to the high end of
This could be
Ontario.
presidential,
Superior Court.
but this could make some precedents.
Correct.
And impact where we go further. Now, there have been other court cases, both here in Canada and in other in some states in the States, and that have had much different outcomes, where the courts have said, "Yeah, but," kind of thing, right?
No.
On the medical thing. So, and they've had. I've always wanted to go and do a driving test officially, on camera, on the record, with an inspector there, high and not high,
And see how it turns out.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate, but the long and the short of it is don't be an idiot when you're out there driving. You won't get pulled over.
Don't give them any excuses.
Now, the one thing that we have up here now, they have based out of Thunder Bay, they have one of those license plate checking cars.
Yes.
That will. It's been in the news that it's up there. And OPP has the systems that they will scan your license plate, and they'll know instantly who's driving,
who's
insured,
insured,
whose car it is, and if it's insured or not.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So
and it would probably also let them know if there's any wants or warrants for that,
or impaireds or anything like that. Yeah.
Correct.
Anything about you and your car, or the owner of the car, will be visible to the officers.
Yeah. All right.
You can find us at the 420 Pace. You can find us at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Those are our three channels.
Yes. Yeah. And you'll find cannabis as well as psychedelic information, interviews.
No, really?
Yeah, and news. And then on Saturday, Saturday we replay everything that we played through the week, and sometimes just throw in some added material.
And there's a lot of stupidness as well.
Yeah, and it's called Rerolled Saturdays. So you can just turn go to our one of our channels on YouTube and sit there for hours watching cannabis related and psychedelic rated broadcasts
and music like this.
Yeah, and music.
Oh, it didn't care.
That's the same song, isn't it?
No. Is it?
Oh, you said "Grow the Green" was the last song. Is this, and this one's "Roll the Green"? Or is this the same song and I couldn't read it because it's so small?
Yeah. What was the title of the last one? I don't remember.
Pocket full of paper, head full of daydreams. Cut through the gray, the smell of the green. Back porch leaning, sun on my face. Laughing at nothing, taking my pace. If the world gets heavy, I let it roll away. One slow breath, and I'm back in the sway. Roll the green, roll it slow. Let the heavy hours go. Roll the green, roll it green. Keep it easy, keep it clean. Roll the green, roll it slow. Watch the hot stuff lose control. Roll the green, roll it green. That's the way I like to be. Yeah, yeah. Friend on the step, sharing the light. Soft little grin, turning wrong into right. Old beat playing, window down low. Nothing to prove, nowhere to go. If the world gets heavy, I let it roll away. One slow breath, and I'm back in the sway. Roll the green, roll it slow. Let the heavy hours go. Roll the green, roll it green. Keep it easy, keep it clean. Roll the green, roll it slow. Watch the hot stuff lose control. Roll the green, roll it green. That's the way I like to be. Yeah, yeah. Green smoke rising up through the heat. Trouble looks smaller from this front seat. Hands in the sunlight, hard in the breeze. Nothing but time and a little relief. Roll the green, roll it slow. Let the heavy hours go. Roll the green, roll it green. Keep it easy, keep it clean. Roll the green, roll it slow. Watch the hard stuff lose control. Roll the green, roll it green. That's the way I like to be. Yeah, yeah.
Here we go. We roll the green. That's what I was doing during a bunch of this broadcast. Like rolling the green.
Going out, are you?
No, I just prefer pre-rolls all the time. Pre-roll. I've always pre-rolled.
You know what? I find I smoke too many if I pre-roll them. So
Oh,
I
do you?
I enjoy I break up and
Yeah.
have a little pile and just kind of that
Yeah.
draw from that as I go. Kind of. I usually have a can with me.
Yeah. Hey. I got this. I got something. Hang on a second. Here we go.
He's got some.
I do.
Doing that in a while.
Haven't seen that in a while.
Yes. We didn't do any segments last show because Al was grumpy.
So, product review. We recently done a news story on the Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. It was a bit of an update on the multi-pack when it comes to edibles here in Canada, where the law was 10 milligrams per package, whereas now it's 10 milligrams per basically product, but you can have much more than that in an overall package. Now, each product on the inside has to be individually wrapped, and it has to have the same information on those individual packages as is on the outside of the big package. So,
which is misleading to begin with, anyways.
Yeah. So, I unfortunately I don't have it with me right now, but this is a can you read that out? I don't know.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a product that I bought in a local store. It's called Ollie's Sticky Stick. and it's a sour gummy. Sort of think of a patch, and you can rip off strips. Oh,
You lost your camera, Al.
I see that. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you can rip off strips.
Yeah, you can rip off strips, and then you can hang on a second. Maybe it's got too close. I don't know. But you can rip off strips. There's 5 strips on each piece. Now, as far as you can see here in this picture, I pulled the stuff out, and you can see each one is individually packaged.
Okay, so it's like when I buy my ounce and there's a half and a half.
Yeah, or when you bought the Karma kit, you got each sample was individually wrapped in the bigger package. Okay, and then this here is the actual strip of the this is the actual product. Oh, he's walking away.
No, I'm right here. The Steven screen.
Okay, so I had never bought any edibles in the legal market, and gummies have always been something that I've been really concerned about because of my condition.
And your condition is?
I have Crohn's disease, and because I have Crohn's disease, I've got narrowing of the bowel. And because the narrowing of the bowel, things can get stuck.
Stuck.
Yes, and if they're not getting stuck, they can be uncomfortable going through that narrowing. And when I had my last partial blockage, I had consumed some gummies as well as trail mix. The doctor figures it was the trail mix that was the issue, but I still was staying away from the gummies. I haven't had any nuts.
Then after he gets you're in remission, Al, he goes out and has some more gummies.
Part of the things, even though you can't with Crohn's disease, even though you can't eat it at one point, you might be able to eat it down the road as your system gets improved.
Right. Like I have that.
So I bought these.
Sometimes I can. Sometimes
I bought these gummies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bought these gummies thinking, okay, I'll give these a try.
Nope.
And unfortunately, a couple hours later, I got in discomfort. I spent the night waking up with some pain. All day yesterday, I was in some discomfort, occasional pain. And even this morning, I was still feeling some discomfort.
How many did you have?
2. I had 2 of them, and I had them probably, I'm going to say, an hour and a half apart. And then it was a couple hours after that the issues started. I'm not blaming the product in any way. It's just something that because of my Crohn's disease.
Yep.
It was an issue.
They
tasted good. They did. It was lemonade splash. They tasted good.
There was something in it that doesn't agree with you.
It just didn't. Yeah, because I could feel it going through the narrow passage.
Is xylitol in it?
I don't know. I don't have it anymore. I took it over to Mr. Squishy's place and said, "Here you go, buddy. Give these a try."
I've gotten several different kinds. My favorite are Mama T's gummies.
Oh yeah.
And she makes awesome gummies.
Yeah.
I've tried the ones from the legal store.
Yeah.
They're like $4.50 for a pack of 4 or something like that. And they don't do anything for me. They taste good.
Yeah. That was a package of 15. Total package THC content was 150 milligrams total for the package.
That might work for the day.
But you'd have to eat 15 of them. And I never found out, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, I'm sorry you had to go through that. And right after you get a good mark from your doctor.
Yeah. After I got a good report from the doctor, and then I ate them. So I gave them away, and I went back to the store.
And got another kind.
No. I went and bought a cart,
Oh, okay.
and the
I
big
haven't
cart.
gotten a cart in a while because my battery died.
Oh yeah. So this time I bought a different product because my last one, not only did it leak out the bottom, but in the end it spit it out the top too. All of a sudden there was concentrate on the tip where you
It's like
inhale from.
smoking a really, really, really oily doobie.
Yeah, lots of resonant. Yeah, I know. I go through that quite often. But yeah, that came out the end. So yeah, I said goodbye to it. And now I got this greasy. This one's called Greasy R&B Belts Live Resin.
Is it a distillate though?
No, it's a live resin.
Yeah, sometimes
It's just nothing in it but cannabis.
Okay.
Ingredients: cannabis extract.
When I buy carts, I look at the descriptions because usually it says full extract, blah 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 blah. Oh, but we've distilled it 6 times.
Yeah, no thanks. Yeah. So this one, it's got a I went, wow, no tip on the end. You got this big blunt end on the end of it, instead of having.
Oh, okay. There's no
instead of having a tip. Yeah. Instead of like this, right? It's just a big.
But is it smoke okay?
Yeah.
And how many grams? 2? 1 gram.
Yeah,
you know what?
Just 1 gram.
Go ahead.
Just a 1 grammer. It is.
Rosa, lay down, please.
It's got 2 milligrams of CBD, and they say it's 78% on the THC, so it's 80% basically, I guess.
I tend, if I'm going to get a cheaper cart,
yeah, this was on sale.
If I'm going to get a cheaper cart, I almost know it's going to be a distillate, and I don't really like this. Sometimes they're all right, but
no, I got a discount.
Okay, Liquid Diamonds is okay.
Yeah, I've had a Liquid Diamond,
but I like the resins and the rosins. And
yeah, I've stayed away from the distillates and stuff. I just
hash.
Resin.
I smoked my last one last night. I had some Vortex black hash. It rolls nice.
Yeah. Just to go back on those gummies again. The package of gummies, it cost me $17 for 15 gummies.
For 15, 17, so they're like $1 and change each.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, these multi-pack things that are coming out, like I buy the dime bags. It's got 4 pre-rolls, but I'll get 2 different kinds. And I like the big bag of buds, which is a 1/2 ounce of one and a 1/2 ounce of another. So an indica and a sativa or a hybrid usually. I guess they're all hybrids now
these days. Yeah.
But then every now and then I'll get I can't remember the name of it, but it's 4 quarters in containers, so you get an ounce, right? And they're usually $125, $130, something like that for a combo. But I don't like smoking, the same bud all the time. It just doesn't work that way for me.
That's why I grow a variety.
Well, that's why I like this plant, this 4 plant limit thing, because you can do.
Yeah, I saw your cups online.
Yep. They came up quick too.
Yeah, did
I
they?
was surprised. Yeah, I was
And
surprised.
where'd you get the seats from?
From Dale out east,
Oh, okay.
and it's east from his little seed company,
Oh,
and he sent me some East Coast skunk.
East
which
Coast
is-
skunk. So you got some sativa coming.
Yeah.
Stinky stuff.
and also a satellite, a purple satellite,
Purple satellite.
which is what Marcel and Darcy grew last summer as well. It's
Oh, yeah?
a very hefty outdoor. Should be
Mm.
good. Good for oil.
Right.
So
Should be.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Yep.
That's that's the grape escape that I'm growing. It is very resinous, and as
I
you
know,
mentioned, you get the resin on the joint, and you get some good oil out of it. Lots of quantity of oil.
some oil on your lips.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I can remember those days early on when I was, younger than I am now. And
Very resiny weed. Yeah.
yeah, and I just got an email. So the very resonant. So there's lots of oil there. And back then, I used to think, what's all this goo? It's all over my teeth.
man.
Whereas now I look at it and go, oh, good, that joint's
Yummy.
full of trichomes. That's got my medicine. That's my medicine flowing there.
Do
yeah.
do you save your roaches?
Do I save my roaches?
Yes.
That yes and no. Small ones, no. But if I'm walking in the house and I'm at I got a third of a joint left or half of a joint left, I'll put it out and leave it in the ashtray. And then I have a frisbee that sits over top of the ashtray and it keeps everything inside.
I actually enjoy roaches. Chop up a roach.
Oh,
or
yeah.
put it in my pipe, in my hash
Right.
pipe. Put my roaches in there. But some people don't. Our mutual friend Mama Hawk, who is
Yeah.
gone now, unfortunately, rest in peace.
She was in the video I played there.
Oh yeah, she was too. Yeah.
Yeah. Trinkets and things. And she's holding a box of plants.
She used to put her roaches into a big ass fucking jug, like an old milk
Right.
jug kind of thing, and take them over to her friend who would smoke them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
was
used
part
to,
of a compassion
I used to
center.
give
It
my
was like
roaches
that.
I used to give my roaches to the kids, but now I don't
Yeah.
because I like them.
Yeah, no,
I get
I
upset.
keep doing.
I have an ashtray that has two sides. You've seen my two-sided ashtray. I have a side for roaches and a side for ashes and cigarettes if somebody's around who's smoking cigarettes. Don't put your fucking cigarettes in with my roaches. I'll get very upset. I don't want to touch your butt.
I have friends that do that. But I keep those ones, not to cut them up, but if I don't have time for a full joint,
Yep.
I just it's maybe crappy out there, and I'll just
I
grab
save them
a
up.
roach out of the ashtray and finish it off.
I save them up for when I don't have any.
Oh yeah.
Which unfortunately lately happens a lot.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, man. But I have my allotted 4. Thank you, government. So they will go out, and I've got some really big. I ain't fucking around with those fucking auto pots outside anymore, Al.
No, yeah, just manually do it.
I've got four. I've got a 20 liter cotton, not cotton, the fabric.
Yeah, the fabric bags.
And then I've got a 25 liter plastic molded one, and I'm going to line them up, and I might not even fix my greenhouse. Just let it happen.
Just let it do its thing.
Go out there and go. No funny business this year.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm worried about is I've got cedar and pine, and with both those plants come caterpillars.
Ooh.
And I've had some caterpillars in the greenhouse munching on my plants.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Other than that, it's really just ants, and they're anywhere. It's very the ground here, being on a hill or on a mountain. The ground here is very gravelly.
Oh, yeah. Not
So-
much topsoil.
No, maybe 6-8 inches. Yeah, and the topsoil that's there isn't really topsoil. It's more wildlife hasn't grown up. I've even got a lot of wild strawberries in my lawn.
Oh.
I have grass, but in the backyard it's different.
Yeah.
Right.
Grass out front, strawberries out back.
And rhubarb.
And rhubarb, yeah.
I have to move my tractor so that the rhubarb can start.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I do have another song that we could
Good,
wrap.
because I don't. I have to load one.
We got what, 10 minutes? And I have a song that's 5 minutes long. Actually, let me see. Where'd it go? It's 4.5 minutes. 4 minutes and 23 seconds. It's 3 seconds too long. Almost there.
Go for it.
Okay, so I'll tell you what this song is about. Back in the early days, well, I'm not gonna say back in the early days, but back in 2010.
Yeah, that's real early.
I had an opportunity to educate people about cannabis at a cafe. And at the cafe, I would show documentaries, cannabis educational documentaries, everything on history, prohibition, science, as well as people would hear from patients. So when I started doing it, we got really big shows on Sundays, so on and so forth. So this is a song that I just put together with some pictures of way back then. So here we go. It's called Cannabis Education at the Grindhouse Cafe.
At the Grindhouse Cafe door, coffee steam on the glass, donuts in a paper boat, sandwiches going fast, gray heads and folding chairs, young ones in the back. Everybody came to learn and nobody came to act. Sun on the window blinds, names on the coffee cup. One man said his own hard truth, then the knowledge started. 2 shows on Sunday, 2 shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen, stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday, and the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. Science on the silver sheet, oh laws, oh fear, oh fights, patient voices, careful words, doctors, researchers explain without missing a beat. A cop came in for coffee just to listen at the door. He said, I didn't know this much. Then he asked for one more. Sun on the window blinds, names on a coffee cup. One man said his own hard truth. Then the knowledge started. 2 shows on Sunday. 2 shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen, stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday, and the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. Oh yeah, not a rumor, not a joke, just the faces and the quotes. Pain turned plain, plain turned brave. Sunday after Sunday, they came in a way. Two shows on Sunday. 2 shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen, stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday, and the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe.
There you go. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. The
Is it still there?
no.
Like
No.
everything
Actually, Gerhard, who was seen in one of the pictures there, he's retired, and he was trying to sell the place, and then it just closed. So whether it was sold or not, I haven't got a clue. But it's no longer there. He was very supportive. He was into cannabis and hemp. In one of the pictures, you can see that we had seed bags hanging on the wall inside the cafe. Yeah, I had Treating Yourself magazines available in there. Cannabis Digest newspaper was in there. And it was, just a regular cafe. It wasn't a cannabis lounge or anything like that. He was just
it's kind of converted on its own.
Yeah. He was supportive, and
Maybe
I would guess it wasn't. There was no consumption in the inside. I would cover up the windows to keep to darken the place so we could run the videos up on the projection screen. And some locals thought that we were keeping the windows closed or covered because we were inside there smoking and stuff like that. And but I got a lot of support from people. I had nurses, I had alternative health people, like people doing Reiki and stuff like that, would come and take notes in some of the movies. You can see them on the signs there. Some of the movie names, such as "What If Cannabis Cured Cancer." Where researchers are all involved in that video. So they would come down, they take notes. A couple of the doctors at the clinic in town, if a patient came in to them and asked them about cannabis and wanted to get a license, they would send them down to me down at the cafe. People go into the cafe and then they
Go see the guy with the baseball cap on at the end.
The cafe would call me, and because I live near the cafe, really close to it, I just walk over to the cafe and meet with the patient right there, sit down, and have a conversation with people.
Cool.
Yeah, the local newspaper covered us, 2-page spread, everything. It was, but back then, it was well before legalization, so it was unique, and people were just like, "Wow!" We put 50 people through on a Sunday during the 2 shows because it wasn't a big place, and we just had folding chairs, and the chairs that were in there for the cafe for the people to use through the week for the regular patrons, right? So
it was new. When we started doing that.
You'll get it out.
Holy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know what to say.
When I started the station, just farting around, testing stuff. Eventually, I look up, we got 200-300 people listening, but that was there wasn't a lot of us out there doing that.
Correct.
There was online. There's online radio has been going on since the IRC, but I don't know if you know the story about online radio. Shoutcast was produced by AOL as a way to combat copyright,
right.
And allow everybody the free flow of music. So they started Shoutcast, and you could run it and broadcast right from Winamp. Remember Winamp?
Yeah.
I mean, that's 40 years ago now. But that was what we called podcasting back then. But it was really all live streaming, and it's been going on for a long time. The only difference, we still format everything as if it was a radio show.
Yeah.
We're not a TV station. We try.
I still use the audio. I still use the audio from the radio show. You're listening to Pace Radio.
So do I. But there's really just the venues have changed. That's all.
Yeah.
You can still do live. You can still do live streaming via Shoutcast format and stuff like that. We just put everything together and run it. So my point is, if you want to watch us or listen to us, go to our websites. They're still there, and you can listen for free, uncensored.
Yeah.
We say fuck a lot.
Yeah, there's nobody watching from there right now, so.
Don't tell people that.
Maybe I was only kidding.
People used to watch.
Guerrero said cheers, so he was leaving.
Okay,
so I'm assuming he.
It's just that people don't care if it's live so much anymore.
No.
But at least they watch. They're able to watch it after. Facebook, right, unfortunately, is making it difficult for that to happen after a month. But you can always. I've got at least 1,500 videos up our channel on 420 Radio. I think we've got close to 100 and some odd on 420 Pace.
Yeah.
So there's
That's
lots
on the YouTube. On the YouTube.
on YouTube. I'm sure you've got probably 1,000 or so.
Yeah.
You know,
A
but
lot.
I mean, I've got shows out there that I don't even remember doing. I mean, I've been doing this 20 years, so I mean, there's a whole group of shows that I don't even have anymore, but are still on the internet.
Right.
You know,
Somewhere they're out there.
If they go and look, if you put something on the internet and whether or not you remove it or not, it's still there. I mean, there are spider searching sites that have my shows up that I'm not even a member of. You know.
Well, I remember getting the Spreaker reports.
Yep.
And you would see that. You see your destinations, and then you see all these other listings. You're going, huh? Where'd that come from? Like, how did they? You know, I didn't send
That's
it
what
there.
Spreaker is good for, though, because Spreaker will put you out there through the podcast networks, and you know. So, but Spreaker used to be live, and we utilized that.
Yeah.
Right when I was doing all of Al's show, it was all done on Spreaker.
Yeah.
And we were on iHeartRadio, and I mean, still are, right?
Yeah. Well, like I started helping out on podcasts with Casper was probably like 18 years ago, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he was using, Spreaker, just like yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Been around for a while.
We're OGLs.
Old guys.
OGLs. Yeah. You know, I reflect on the past a lot because both my parents are gone. So, you know, it's that thought pattern.
Right.
When I was about 12 years old, maybe a little bit older, a gentleman named Henry Morgenthaler, a doctor in Toronto, had his clinic blown up on Harvard Street. It was an abortion clinic. It was the 70s, I guess. And my dad decided to take me out for lunch one day and brought me into a large banquet room at the Sheraton Hotel with a big circle of people sitting in there, including Mr. Morgenthaler.
Right.
And some people from the city of Toronto and the police. And there was a panel to figure out what they were going to do next, because there were a lot of threats and stuff like that. My point is, and then my mom and I started ADD.org to support attention deficit.
Right.
So I've been doing the advocacy thing for, you know, since
decades.
I was a teenager.
Yeah. Decades. Does it make you sound old if I say that? Decades?
I'm an OGL. There's another song. I'm an OGL.
There you
Coming
go.
to you on 420 Radio. Say goodbye, Al.
Coming soon. We'll play it next week.
You're damn shooting. You'll hear it later today. I'm a OGL. Say goodbye, Al.
Say goodbye, Al. Goodbye. We'll see everybody next week. Check us out.
No, not next week. I have a doctor.
Oh, right. Yes,
there will be a replete. A replete.
Replete. Yeah. Rebroadcast. Right. Okay. Other than that, then we'll see you in a couple weeks. You're watching Hi Guys. We're live here at the 420 Pace.
We're not live?
We were. Yeah, we were. We were for a while. I think I can feel pulse. Yeah, we're good.
It skips every now and then.
Does it? All right. See y'all later. Bye-bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420 Radio DA.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
I was in a big city, 2,000 miles from home. Saw an old buddy I used to know at a music festival, waiting for a show. Said, you know, I know a guy if you wanna get stoned. I know a guy. If you wanna get high, he's a little bit shy, but he can change your mind. So come on and try, and you'll see why. He's a little bit shy, but I know a guy. I know a guy. If you wanna get high, he's a little bit shy, but he can change your mind. So come on and try, and you'll see why. He's a little bit shy, but I know a guy. Well, we did a little dancing, we did a little drinking, didn't take too long, and I got to thinking how good it would be to be a little more high. Said, you know, I know a guy if you wanna get fried. I know a guy if you wanna get high. He's a little bit shy, but he can change your mind. So come on and try, and you'll see why. He's a little bit shy, but I know a guy. Hey, I know a guy. If you wanna get high, he's a little bit shy, but he can change your mind. So come on and try, and you'll see why. He's a little bit shy, but I know a guy. You should have seen the look on my face when I saw his face, when he saw the look on my face, when he turned and he saw those blue lights are shining in the rearview mirror, when I heard that voice come over the intercom, and he said, boys, what you doing? I said, you know, officer, I know a guy. I know a guy. If you wanna get high, he's a little bit shy, but he can change your mind. So come on and try, and you'll see why. He's a little bit shy, but I know a guy. Hey, I know a guy. If you wanna get high, he's a little bit shy, but he can change your mind. So come on and try, and you'll see why. He's a little bit shy, but I know a guy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Sweet Pea and Mayhem podcast for Tuesday, April 26, 2026. Hope everyone had a great 420 yesterday. Want to give a big thanks to Al, our station manager, Cindy, our producer, all the sponsors that make it possible, and to you for watching it. Hey, Spike, how was your 420 yesterday?
Oh, very good.
How was yours, John?
Good.
And today we're introducing Spike.
He's a trained killer.
Thus the name Spike.
Yeah.
Well, how you doing?
Good. Yeah, really good. Yeah, things have been going really good. So, yeah, I've been changing my diet for gut health, and I have a genetic heart condition. I have an LMNA gene, which my daughter has, my sister has, my mom passed away from it. And they did my heart function 4 years ago. It was 28%. And my mom passed away at 27%. So I was basically thinking not very good things were going to happen. And then I started doing intestro and cacao, and it went up to 32%. And then I got it checked again, and it was at 38%. And I just got it checked, and it's at 55%.
And you've made a lot of changes and a lot of dietary changes and a lot of other changes along the way.
Yeah, especially for gut health.
Yes.
And so anyways, I went and got my echo. And the cardiologist was so excited by my results. He phoned me a day early before my appointment and all happy saying, yeah, you're 55%.
Which for a lot of time, like for a long time, doctors were saying that if your heart function went down, it wasn't coming back up.
I don't know why they say that.
And
but, yeah, mine came up at 55%, which is huge news for me. Really good news. And it's changed my diet completely. I make my own salad dressing for my salads every day. And I started adding ground up shredded ginger. I soak it and ferment it in apple cider vinegar. And I take 2 teaspoons of that in my smoothie every morning. And I put fermented garlic now that I make in honey in a jar. And I ferment my own garlic and chop it up, put it in my and yeah, I've made a lot of changes, especially to gut health. The more I learn about the gut health.
You use the 7 mushroom that has rhodiola and cacao.
That's right.
You use the cacao indirectly. That helps heart health and generates stem cell growth.
The blueberry, spinach, the list goes on. But so smoothie with the apple cider vinegar and the ginger. And then to sleep at night, after dinner, I boil some water, and in a little glass, I put cinnamon bark and cloves, and I let it soak till I'm close to going to bed. And then I put some more boiling water and top it up a couple inches, and I drink that before bed. And oh man, has it ever changed my sleep? Holy cow. I read about it. I didn't think it was true. I go, cloves and cinnamon bark. Like, who would have known? But it really works, and it works good. It's very smoothing. And then I do the cloves now in my tea with star anise in the morning, with my 3 different types of tea.
What was it you read about that made you go, I'm going to add these?
Well, the cloves and the cinnamon bark was for sleep. I was looking up remedies for sleep. I bought a book called the Home Remedy Handbook, and it has all sorts of home remedies for natural healing. So then I found out that the cinnamon bark and the cloves help with sleep. So I combined them together, but I let them soak. And that's why I pour the boiling water over it after dinner and let them soak till bedtime to really pull the stuff out of there. There's flavonoids and blah, 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 all the big words, you know.
Yeah.
And then
not all of them, but I know some of them.
and the gut health, 80% of your immune system is in your gut. And you have to do prebiotics and probiotics. And people ask, well, what's the difference between a prebiotic and a probiotic? Well, think of your gut lining as the lawn out in your garden. And you want to keep your lawn healthy. So you feed it probiotics, but you think of prebiotics as a fertilizer for that garden. And there's all sorts of prebiotics, but I've been doing mostly the garlic, and you look it up in the handbook, and there's all sorts of stuff you can take. So we've been buying a yogurt that has the prebiotic and the probiotic in it. So I snack at nighttime with the blueberries and the raspberries and sometimes the blackberries and the probiotic and prebiotic yogurt. And then I do ground up walnuts and almonds unsalted, and I sprinkle those on top. And the walnuts are one of the top things for brain health. And so for snacking at night, I've gone to doing that, the berries and the yogurt after dinner for dessert kind of thing.
So you get prebiotics, probiotics.
Yeah.
You're adding in the berries, so
Yeah.
you're getting your antioxidants. With
Yeah.
the nuts, you're also getting healthy fats.
Yeah,
and,
for the brain
and
health.
fibers. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I bought a popcorn maker. I did some research and I found out that popcorn's a really healthy snack if you put olive oil on it instead of butter. So I bought a little single serving hot air popcorn maker, and man, it's one of the best things I ever bought. So if I got the munchies, which I often do, I'll make just a little single batch of popcorn with some olive oil, and I've got some few things that I put on there. There's a Frank's Red Hot that I really like sprinkled on top or right out of the bottle. And then I do sometimes the vinegar with a little bit of salt, and then Sue just bought me a white cheddar flavoring. I haven't tried yet. So snacking at night, I've really, really improved what I've been taking at nighttime for the gut health. And yeah, it's really improved things.
I want to jump in and go back to cloves.
Yeah.
Cloves, what a lot of people don't know, they're massive for healing, and of course they go to the gut, but you can use them in your mouth. If you've got infection in your mouth, you can chew the cloves and it soothes the infection, and it's an antibacterial as well. When you take it orally and you're eating it, in a lot of the natural parasite cleanses, it's one of the ingredients in it, because it's actually an antiparasitic as well.
So one thing it's done for me is my psoriasis is all cleared up since I started doing the cloves. So I don't know if that's the antiparasitic or just immune boost, because it is actually psoriasis is caused by gluten and or diet or all sorts of things. And mine's been clearing up. So
severe, and it's looking it
was
good.
bleeding and cracking, and you couldn't even see my tattoos. It was so bad. So it's clearing up. You can see my sweet peas now. You never could before, except where the operation scars go through. But other than that, yeah. So the cloves have really helped, and it actually flavors the tea. It makes a nice tea with the cinnamon bark. Just drink it and sipping it before bed. And then the star anise and the cloves in my tea in the morning have really made a nice flavor, and I don't need any honey or sugar. I do.
And the star anise, that kind of has, what is that?
That's
Ouzo type flavor.
Yeah, it's a
what is that
licorice.
called? The licorice flavor. Yeah.
Yes, and it's a super immune booster too. So
Yeah. That's in a couple of the other products.
Yeah, so we're going to do a show, and I'm going to show basically the teas I make, the smoothies and ingredients, and what I use to make the smoothies, because there's only 2 machines that break down bee pollen if you're going to take bee pollen. And so you want to either use a certain 2. There's a single one, and then we make the big batch. So yeah, and the pomegranate juice. So
bring that in. Tell us about the pomegranate juice.
Well,
that was something you also.
Well, you have to get the real pomegranate juice. You can't get the stuff, that pom-pom crap made from concentrate that's super clear. You want the real pomegranate juice that has sediment on the bottom. You can tell it's made with real pomegranates if it's got sediment on the bottom, and you shake it up for a couple minutes to get the sediment all up. That's what you have to drink. And I put that in my smoothie now too. And it's a super immune booster. And
hi, Beverly. Beverly's watching the show.
Hey, Bev, how are you? So so we're gonna do a show just on me fermenting the garlic and the ginger and the apple cider vinegar and the cloves and the cinnamon bark and the pomegranate juice. And
now you modified your shake as well. So
Yeah.
you used to make it a certain way, which we had on a show before.
That's right.
So what were the modifications you made?
I
from
added
your
the pomegranate juice and the apple cider vinegar with the ground up ginger. And I ferment the ginger in the apple cider vinegar in a jar. And I take the teaspoons with a little bit of ginger and I put it in my smoothie and stir it up. I also microwave my smoothie now for 30 seconds and let it sit, because you're not supposed to be taking medication or any fluids that are cold. They contract all the microcilia in your gut, and everything fucking shrinks. It gets hit hard with the cold, and it doesn't pull the nutrients out. So I've been warming up the smoothie for 30 seconds at room and leave it for a little bit to take it so it's not cold. And now we have a Brita water filter that sits on our counter at room temperature, and I don't drink any cold water anymore. I only drink room temperature water, which is really good for your gut health too, because the cold it shocks your stomach and it shrinks your lining and it shrinks all the little critters in there, and they can't pull the nutrients out as good when they're shrunk.
Yeah, it slows
from the
everything
cold.
down.
That's
just
right.
Makes it
That's
all
right.
slow down.
So if you're going to drink water, I recommend a Brita filter on the counter at room temperature.
And some people will even drop a little bit of like a Celtic sea salt in there, so you've got a little bit of the saline.
Sometimes after dinner, I still like my ice cold milk, and I still do it a little bit, but I don't guzzle a big cup of it. I just take a few sips. Completely modifying the way I've eaten since I've been studying gut health and how to 80% of your immune system is related to your gut. It's also related to depression and all sorts of things. So there's shows on Netflix if you Google gut health, and there's shows if you Google gut health on YouTube. There's all sorts of shows that explain to you all about the lining of your intestine and how it pulls nutrients, and how fiber tumbles through there and it pulls nutrients out of the fiber as it travels along. And then the sugar gets absorbed right away and goes right into your blood system right away and overloads everything. So that's why sugar, you want to do the natural sugar from the fruit or whatever. So it tumbles along with the fibers and gets absorbed slower. So you're not giving your stomach and the beginning of your intestines a sugar shock, because it pulls it through right away and puts it into your bloodstream almost instantly. So yeah, sugar's the devil. And I still had a piece of birthday cake and stuff. I mean, I still do it, but I've cut it down probably 90%. And I still have the odd piece of dark chocolate, which is really good for you because of the cacao. And
it was just John's birthday, and he got some of those. What percentage were they? 85%?
85%.
85% cacao chocolate.
Yeah.
Given to him.
And that's really hard to find. You want more than 80% cacao chocolate, which is really hard to find. Most of them are 60 or 70%. The dark chocolate is 60 or 70% cacao, and that's not good enough. You want above 80%. 90 is perfect, but I can't find it.
Yeah, the higher you get, the better it is. For sure.
Yeah, because it's the cacao in the dark chocolate that's actually helping you. That's why they say if you're gonna have anything sweet or a snack on anything chocolatey or whatever, you want 80% or above cacao dark chocolate. Yeah.
And the health reasons behind the cacao is why biothriving.ca has raw organic cacao available. It's a superfood that just does unbelievable stuff, including generating stem cells.
Yeah, well, and they found out the South Americans, the tribes of people that lived, forever, were eating cacao every day, and they had no heart disease, and they had super immune systems, and they were taking cacao every day. So it's a superfood. It's
high in the amino acids. It's high in the mineral content. The main active ingredient, theobromine, which I encourage people to look up. Look up what theobromine does. That's the richest food with theobromine in it, and you're getting it as a whole plant food. And what it does for regulating blood and heart health is just stupid. Yeah, it's an incredible product,
so
actually.
The salad every day, changing all sorts of things for my gut has really improved things, and my heart functions getting up there, and and then I bought there's these cushions called Rojo cushions. I think there's one here. Yeah, you blow them up with air.
We're going to let you know here that John is an amputee that's missing a leg, and he's helped a bunch of people through this same program. What do you call that? A mentor.
He's a mentor. Peer visitor.
Peer visitor.
So I had to go to a course and learn about it and stuff. And then they tell you.
Oh, I left this open so we could show.
They tell you a bunch of rules that you're supposed to do, which I break them all. So, anyways, this is the cushion. You blow it up, and then you let the air out slowly. You can get them used for like $300 if you look. But this is a 16 by 18 inch. And I was still having problems sitting for long periods of time, getting horrible phantom pain and stuff. So I found a 20-inch by 20-inch cushion, and everything has changed.
But that one's also deeper. This one's only like 2 inches deep.
Yeah, it's 4 inches. It's 4 inches deep, and it has changed everything. I can sit out in the garage and do art way longer now, and I take it with me when I go in the car, and I take it with me when I'm in my scooter, and it's it's been a huge game changer for me. Less phantom pain, able to sit in my chair longer. So things have been going really good. So
and you were just helping a gentleman, Tim, your peer guy that you were working with, and he had phantom pain.
Yeah.
And you found him one of these cushions.
Yeah.
And what has he said since
well,
that?
What happened was Tim was in the hospital with an infection for 19 months. And then 8 months ago, they did an amputation above the knee. So the Amputation Coalition of Canada asked if I'd talk with them and help them. So I do a bunch of research for the area they're in, for pools they can go to with a ramp and stuff, with a wheelchair and all sorts of stuff. So I try and be prepared or whatever. And he had no scooter. He had no Rojo cushion. And I had an extra knee and an ankle and a foot because he's got the amputation on the same leg as me. So I gave him my old foot that I had and knee. But we did a GoFundMe on Facebook, And Kate Harris, a friend of mine on Facebook, she donated a scooter to him.
Unreal.
And then we got enough money together to get him a Rojo cushion. So now he's able to go out with his dogs in the scooter, and his phantom pain has improved dramatically. I like dramatically.
That's drastically and dramatically.
Dramatically. I think that's from a Cheech and Chong thing. But anyways, the cushion has really helped with his phantom pain, because what happens is you sit on the nerve on your stump and it irritates the nerve, which causes a lot of the phantom pain. And I've learned that over the years, trying to control it. And it's been tough. It's been
how many pillow mods and cushion mods have you gone?
I've got a closet full.
That I know of.
I've cut holes. I've modified. I've done everything. And finally, the bigger 20-inch cushion has been the one. I mean, I still got a couple jabs of phantom pain the other night, but nothing like I used to get. I mean, I used to scream in agony. So
now, before the 20-inch, you had one that was still a 4-inch, but it was how big?
16 by 18. And,
so with not fitting in there perfectly in the chair,
that's right.
It still created movement that affected more phantom pain.
That's right. Okay. So the 20-inch by 20-inch, because I got a big butt, really helped with things. So it's improved my life a lot. Things have been going really good.
And you've been sharing that with Tim, and his life is in. Oh, also the wheelchair. Tim had a wheelchair.
Go through the
wheelchair
garbage wheelchair. And Howard, my good friend Howard Hodges, he donated a wheelchair for Tim, which is more sturdy. His was just a floppy piece of crap
with small wheels. Explain that part about the wheels.
Well, he had smaller wheels, and when you stroke with the smaller wheels, you don't go as far per stroke. So you want the bigger wheels on your wheelchair.
You're doing twice as much work with your.
That's right. It's just like a dog with little legs does 400 steps, and the big dog does 2. So the wheelchair's good. We're still looking for a better wheelchair for him. It's not, it's an okay wheelchair. It's better, but it's still a piece of garbage. But it's better than what he had.
And it had the bigger wheels. So
and it's still got the solid wheels, which are no good. You want the air tire wheels. And so still looking. Howard's keeping his, he does volunteer work at the Red Cross and stuff. So he comes across the odd wheelchair. So we're still looking for a wheelchair for Tim. And if anybody out there knows anybody who has a wheelchair, let us know and we'll donate it to Tim. And a lot of people came through big time and donated for Tim, and it's changed his life. And just a couple things. It's amazing how just a couple things can totally change someone's life for the better. And then we got good news. One of our people that are taking our mushroom supplements and our nutrients and stuff is now cancer-free, which is, when we get that, that's just the best news, because, all the work we go through helping people with the nutrients and stuff and trying to guide them for gut health and the nutrient health, and then when you hear someone's cancer-free, it's a big deal. For me, it is anyways. Yeah. And, it almost brings me to tears. It's been a
pretty tough run for him. And he was expected to be passed away over a year ago.
Yeah.
And he's doing quite well. He's taken the reins on his own. He also stepped into doing the parasite cleansing and running the full ivermectin, mebendazole parasite protocol. And supplements through with all of the nutritional aspects and the rebuilding of the gut system and whatnot. But he's freaking cancer-free, brother.
Yeah. And then I'm learning too that intermittent fasting really helps fight cancer too, which I didn't know, because you don't want to feed the cancer cells. So I've been looking into that or whatever, because the same guy that I've been studying for the gut health was talking about it. But that's Steve's department.
Intermittent fasting is massive for healing.
Yeah.
And, I'm following people right now that are experts in resetting your system. And one of them is talking about not the keto diet, but once you get your body into keto, which is a combination of diet exercise, light therapy. And once you have your body into the keto state, that you do a 72-hour fast, and that will eat all of your damaged cells in your body in that 72 hours.
You can still do supplements and drink water. Yeah, you know, when you fast, it's, you know, you got to still have water, and you still got to have some supplements in there, or you're going to get sick, you know. But yeah, so I haven't tried the fasting yet because I love food too much. But you know, I stop eating after a certain time at night, and I don't eat again till noon the next day. And I have my smoothies and my tea in the morning. And I do the smoothie first with the apple cider vinegar and the ginger and all the goodies. And then I wait a little bit to get that going in my stomach. And then I do my 3 teas with the star anise and the cloves.
Yes, the spacing between things is very important.
Yes.
Even when we're working with people that are battling various gut diseases or cancers or any of that type of stuff. A very important part of any of the protocols is giving the space between things, including, you know, herbs and food, you know, and medicines and herbs, medicines and food. You've got to give things time to get in. So a lot of it is giving the grace to give the body space between them.
Well, you want the ginger, the apple cider vinegar, and the blueberries and all that to start working before you start drinking the tea or whatever. So I give it 10, 15 minutes, you know. It should probably be longer, but I can't wait. I'm impatient. And yeah, so I recommend, you know, we're going to have a show on how I make my tea, and I leave the tea bags to steep the whole time and stuff. And we're going to have a whole show about it. So,
and what'll be awesome about this one is with the Mushy Moment podcast, we had you on as a guest where you did your original versions.
That's right.
So once we do this, we can go through and see what the
because I've made modifications, the pomegranate juice, the apple cider vinegar, the ginger.
Was there anything you removed from it?
Nope. I don't do the bee pollen as much because it's hard to get now, and you have to get it on Amazon. And yeah, so the bee pollen is cut back quite a bit. Don't put as much in, but I haven't noticed a difference. But yeah, the cloves and the cinnamon bark, yeah, that's made a huge difference for sleep. And of course, in the middle of the night, if I wake up, I still do the psilocybin in the middle of the night, and that puts me down for about 4 hours. I guess that's how long it takes to go through my system.
And part of what really excites me about what's gone on for you is that I've spoken to a lot of people that have heart issues, and they're focused on their heart function. And they've heard that once it goes down, it can't go back up, which is not true. And you are living proof to embody that.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Mine's almost doubled, which is amazing. And, you know, 28% heart function is not good, you know. And so, yeah, it's up to 55, and normal is 70 to 80. So
we just got to climb it a little bit more, and away we go. Yeah. We're there. But, you know, if anybody's out there that has heard and is sitting in that spot where I'm stuck here, you're not stuck there. You're not stuck.
It's not called heart function. It's called heart infraction or whatever.
Infarction, but most people say function.
Yeah, I just say function, heart function.
A lot of people say infraction, but it's actually infarction.
So what you do is they take a ultrasound, and they actually measure your heart and how much blood's been pumping and how much it contracts and everything. And they do it in your neck and everything. And then they figure out how much blood is being pumped through your body. And yeah, mine's up to 55%, which is really good for me. I'm super happy about it.
And that brings us to the end.
Does it end already?
It ends already.
Oh, wow.
So we want to say thank you for watching the show. Thanks for supporting us. Again, thanks to Al, our station manager.
His first time producing. Yeah.
So hopefully it all went good, and people are seeing it. We saw that Beverly can see it, so I know it's
going to have to double his salary.
Nothing from nothing is nothing. Yeah. Thanks to Cindy for showing me how to make this happen, because she's on Salt Spring completing her breath wave certification program.
Yep.
I look forward to finding out how that went.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, have an awesome day. Hope you had a great 420. We'll see you in 2 weeks because next week is the mushy moment.
And we'll do the smoothies and stuff in 2 weeks. So make sure you tune in.
Or we'll tune you out.
You'll get healthier.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Our next story is coming to us from the Medical Express. Higher dose of psilocybin alters human brain more dramatically, the study finds. A new brain imaging study is offering one of the clearest pictures yet of how psilocybin changes human consciousness. And the findings suggest dosage plays a massive role. According to Medical Express, researchers used advanced neuroimaging to observe how different doses of psilocybin affect communication patterns inside the human brain. What they found was striking. Higher doses produced much more dramatic disruptions in normal brain network activity, particularly in regions associated with self-identity, emotional regulation, and perception. In simple terms, the stronger the dose, the more the brain's usual communication pathways appeared to loosen and reorganize. Researchers say this helps explain why higher dose psychedelic experiences are often described as deeply transformative, mystical, or emotionally profound. One of the key areas affected was the brain's default mode network, a system associated with self-reflection and the internal narrative people consistently carry about themselves. Scientists believe temporarily quieting this network may help people break free from rigid patterns tied to depression, trauma, or addiction. Importantly, the study also reinforces why psychedelic therapy is so carefully structured in clinical settings. Higher doses can create powerful psychological experiences that require preparation, supervision, and integration afterwards. Researchers say understanding dose-response relationships will be critical as psychedelic medicines move closer to mainstream healthcare. Because in psychedelic science, dosage doesn't simply change intensity, it may fundamentally shape the nature and therapeutic potential of the experience itself.
the grass, paint still wet on the signs. Highway 420 off ramp packed, clouds hanging over the lines. Victoria Park waking up, drums from a Bluetooth speaker. Niagara Falls in the back, mist like a silver preacher. Niagara 420, voices up high, we're lighting this day in the open sky. From the coast to the cold of the prairies wide, cannabis advocates side by side. Niagara 420, hear that sound, cars roll past and the horns ring out. From the falls to the edge of the ocean, saying cannabis advocates across this land. Across this land. Oh yeah. Grandma in a green scarf laughs. Teens in patches and pins. Old vets leaning on canes, saying this is how change begins. Banners ripple in the wind, and the stigma in marker strokes. Someone passes out free water, someone passes around old jokes. Niagara 420, voices up high, we're lighting this day in the open sky. From the coast to the cold of the prairies wide, cannabis advocates side by side. Niagara 420, hear that sound, cars roll past and the horns ring out. From the falls to the edge of the ocean, sand cannabis advocates across this land. Patient rights, clean records, plant freedom, every echo getting better. Far from the falls, drifting slow, blending with the breath we blow. Small town, big hope, and a green flag held in every road. Niagara 420, voices up high, we're lighting this day in the open sky. From the coast to the cold of the prairies wide, cannabis advocates side by side. Niagara 420, hear that sound, cars roll past and the horns ring out. From the falls to the edge of the ocean, said cannabis advocates across this land.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. No cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. Folk got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now it's time for hemp.
Well, caught me in the middle of a hit, I guess. Oh my goodness. That's a good bong. I guess it's time for hemp. Woohoo! And welcome to the big broadcast. Before we get too far into the program, please do us all a favor and hit the like and share and subscribe buttons below. That's what keeps this program going, keeps people finding us in their feeds, because it really is important to let the whole world know that it is time for hemp. And I want to thank you for tuning in
And if you have any suggestions for the Time for Hemp program, whether it be a guest or a topic, feel free to reach out to us through the timeforhemp.news website. On the program today, we're going to get real medical, we're going to get real serious, and we're going to talk about how wonderful cannabis is when it comes to utilizing it for your health programs and your health needs. And when we have an expert on, it's always exciting. And I know that my joint host, Al Graham, had a chance to meet this gentleman at a Treating Yourself magazine hemp fest up in Canada. Al Graham, isn't that right?
Yes, it is, Casper. I got to meet Dr. Courtney, our guest today, at the Treating Yourself Expo that was held in Toronto.
Was that the same one that I attended?
Correct. That was the same one you attended. And just so you know, I got a picture of you and I together, and that was the first time we met in person, even though we had
Oh, my goodness.
We've been, been working, as a joint host, or you as a host, at Time for Hemp all those years before then. So.
And I've taken that photograph of you and I Simpsonized it years ago. And the Simpsonized version is up on the website as well. That way everybody knows that we do appreciate comedy, in case they haven't realized that I am a clown. Oh, Al, you might be interested in knowing that the first thing I did this morning when I got up was I grabbed me some Joe. And then when Joe got to work, I got me some coffee. I'll let you take it.
All righty. Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce my co-host, joint host here on the network. He's a writer. He's an educator. The list goes on and on. I'll just let him tell you all about it. But here is Al Byrne. G'day, Al.
Hi, everybody. And yes, we have an excellent guest today. And in keeping with our seems to be kind of international roster of guests. We had Canada, we've had Australia, South Africa, and today we're Mexico. And today we're going to hear from our guest in Venezuela. And she lives in.
Let me interrupt you again, Al. I do that a lot, and I'm so sorry. But we got to remind the people at home that every time you hear the word joint, you hit your pipes, your vaporizers, and your bongs, and you take Time for Hemp. And don't forget, Al Byrne, let people know about your amazing book.
Oh, yeah, I will. And we have to also announce today that Casper Leach has been honored. I'll let him tell you about it later, but he's going to be a keynote speaker down at a Hemp Fest. How about that? Hemp Fest in Texas. Wow. Things have changed. It really have. But yeah, our guest is down in a beautiful offshore island, Venezuela. I'll let him tell you about it. The book is for country and cannabis, and our guest is written about in this book. The book tries to identify people. Well, doesn't try. It identifies people that have made a significant contribution to the cannabis issue, especially the medical cannabis issue and issue for veterans, cannabis for veterans. So I concentrated on those two areas, and our guest is involved. And I'm really happy here because this man is going to tell you about cannabis nutrition. This is nutrition is essential for health. So it's really a lower level of understanding. You got to know what you're eating and how good it is for you if you're going to be healthy. Our guest will explain that, and I'll just reference a book I produced back in 1997. It's called Cannabis in Medical Practice. And it has a chapter in there that is a complete breakdown, of the cannabis seed, the oil contained. It's a remarkable piece of work. It was paid for and done by a friend of mine, a lawyer named Don E. Wirtschafter. We call him Donnie. And it's still valid today, and it's excellent. So if you're a nutritionist and you're listening and you want some really low down on that oil and that product, Cannabis in Medical Practice. My book is more about, again, the people, and I hope it's part of the educational process for anybody that wants to get a hold of the book. It's available anywhere. It's a hardcover. It's an ebook. It's anything you want. So to get to our guest, a medical doctor, I first came across years and years ago when we talked about having him as a speaker at one of our Patients Out of Time conferences. I'll let him tell you where and when. I know it was back there somewhere, but he intrigued me then, and he's going to intrigue you now. So let's welcome Dr. Bill. There we go. Dr. William Courtney, medical doctor who has relocated to an island off Venezuela. So where is that exactly, Bill?
It's Dominica, and it's a couple hundred miles off Venezuela, but it's way down the chain. It's a small island. They call it the Nature Island. It's very mountainous, so most likely it's one of the youngest islands. And we're fortunate enough to live on a mountain that has a lot of running water, so we're able to produce our own power, and that allows. It runs the computer and refrigerator and lights.
You're off grid.
Way off grid.
Way off grid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Does that mean that you don't have a Kroger or a 7-Eleven nearby?
Yeah. No, none of that stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So you down there, I take it. What's it like down there as far as the cannabis end of things? Just out of curiosity.
Dominica is trying to develop a cannabis agricultural division. So there's a Ministry of Agriculture, and they recently have been talking about really bringing cannabis in. A lot of the people on the island are very small farmers. They used to do bananas, and now they're doing gasheen. And they're looking forward to moving the small family farmer into cannabis. And there's these old rum facilities. There's 4 or 5 of them around the island. They're just gorgeous, hundreds of years old. And they want to take one of those and turn it into a processing facility so that all the small farmers can bring their cannabis in. It can be extracted, fractionated, and sold either as a monomolecular or polymolecular or a completely raw oil, depending on the persons that are interested. And so it'd be a nice marriage between the government who's wanting to promote it and the individuals that have quite a bit of skill in the tropical environment growing it. And they really they're invested in trying to put the whole thing together in a very clear fashion. So I'm very excited about this effort, and believe it'll.
Are you consulting with them, Bill? I mean, you've got a hell of a background, I would think.
Well, yeah, I've presented that. We had a week conference, several days, and that was where we're developing this idea that it would be a branch of the Ministry of Agriculture. And I obviously was an advocate for increasing the plant count because you can, a small amount of smoking is going to give you all the THC you want, but if you're eating the cannabinoid acids, you need a lot more volume. And so they're expanding the limits for dietary cannabis, which will consume more plant material. But obviously it brings in just a whole host of benefits.
Well, now you say
the first thing you said there that I really like is that this operation is being run by the Department of Agriculture.
Exactly.
Boy, do we need that in the U.S. or Canada? I mean, it's so obvious.
Yeah.
I tip my hat to the government there. They're on the right track. They're doing very well. Well, good. That sounds terrific.
Anyway, it was interesting. The fellow who headed it up actually got a hold of me personally because he had seen a lot of my dietary stuff online, and he had heard that I was on the island, and so he went way out of his way to track me down and invite me to this first meeting. And it was their, they had their agenda, but I brought in the whole dietary essential aspect of cannabis, and they were very open and excited about expanding into that area because dietary essential is good for fetuses, for infants, neonates, elderly, the psychoactive, maybe the adult who, is in position to, enjoy that. But the dietary plant really is for every living being that's out there.
Yeah, now you talk about consuming it, and I'm curious. I'm sorry, Al. I'm curious. How do you consume it? Do you like deep fry it with your chicken? Do you sprinkle it on your Oreos and your ice cream?
No, wait a minute. Yeah, you're jumping the gun. Hang on a minute.
Okay.
Dr. Bill, let's go back to the beginning. You have a history of why you got involved in this particular aspect of cannabis. I wonder if you'd share that with the audience, and then when is it exactly that you came to be with the Patients Out of Time guys? And if you could cover all that, and then we'll move into more specifics. Okay.
So the fellow, a very good close colleague of mine, still to this day, had asked me if I would approve of his use of cannabis, and this was back in 2004 or something. And at that point, I knew about recreational use, but I really had difficulty imagining that this plant is going to provide the anti-inflammatory, analgesic, autoimmune control. And so it was, it kind of took me back, and I kind of declined to be involved. But because of that interaction, I started going into the literature, and boy, as soon as you do that, you get an education pretty quick. And, in the next 5, 6, 7 months, I started to attend cannabis conferences. I think the first one was up in Saint Savoy, and then pretty soon started traveling all over the world. I went Meshulam's 80th birthday party. There was a whole big group of people that got together, and Germany would put in 5 or 6 workshops every year. And we presented in Ireland and Scotland and all over England and Morocco. And so it was, I very quickly became immersed in the biochemistry and the incredible role of particularly dietary. I mean, the dietary brings in the medicinal acidic cannabinoids, and that class of molecules, they're delicate, they break down easily. So it takes some gentle management. Cannabis sprouts, microgreens, that type of thing allows you to have fresh living cannabis in your kitchen.
Sure does. It sure does. I know of a lady right now who is treating her daughter who has epilepsy, and she's using microgreen cannabis, and she's getting all kinds of lab testing going on and everything. It's just making a big difference with this young lady who was supposed to have passed away 15 years ago and is still alive today.
And
so let's understand, folks that are listening to what we're talking about: green cannabis, and not necessarily the bud. Everybody here, Dr. Bill, is attuned to thinking bud and getting stoned, and like we're seeing on the screen here. But this is more than that, is it not? Isn't it more the use of the entire plant?
And for the entirety of humanity. I mean, like I said, you're getting high, something ought to be capable of handling that, not have it interfere with your work, not to have becoming, like, so you got some social issues or psychological issues, and maybe it becomes a problem. But the dietary, because it does not have that psychoactive effect, allows you, one, to use an enormous more in terms of the levels of these medicinal acidics. And because it's not psychoactive, it is something that the fetus can use, the infant, the young child. Every living being can use the exogenous cannabinoids to support what's called the endogenous cannabinoid system. So the cells of your body are regulated by the ECS, the endogenous cannabinoid system. And if people take away one thing from today's talk is go to Wikipedia, look up the endogenous cannabinoid system. There's hundreds of links. And by the time you follow several of those, you'll really understand why it's so critical that we allow this plant into our diet on a very regular basis, and we pursue prevention rather than treatment. I mean, cannabis for a long time was for the management of pain and and treating symptoms or conditions that you have. But if you integrate it before you have a medical condition, there's a chance that you can nip that at the cellular level and prevent it from becoming something that you become conscious of. You take care of it quickly, immediately, and that really prevention is just so much of a stronger way to go than treatment.
So you can use it as a prophylactic, is what you're saying.
Well, probably that too.
Probably that too.
No.
Okay. The other thing again,
Oh, you
for
mean
the
like
audience,
birth control? You mean like
for the
birth
audience
control?
guys, just wait a minute. For the audience guys, what we're talking about, the doctor is saying there's, that we're not having the euphoric effect. I don't know if my audience knows that you only can get that kind of reaction out of a cannabis bud if it's heated. You see what Casper's doing? It has to be brought up to a certain temperature, like 380 degrees or something. And only then is that THC activated in that sense. So what Dr. Bill is saying is he's taking this plant and eating it raw, uncooked, and in different forms, which we'll get to. But I just want you to understand that if you're even thinking about giving it to your dog, I give it to my dogs every night, or a 3-year-old, there is not necessarily, well, there is no euphoric effect at all. Not that I think euphoria is a bad thing, by the way, but just that you don't have to worry about any kind of mind altering anything if you eat it cold. I'm sorry, Dr. Bill, go ahead, please.
Well, and that's an excellent summary. And once you know that you can blend it, I really like the way banana really covers. I mean, it does have a lot of taste and some texture, but if you mix, you take the leaf. I pinch the stem off because there's a lot of fiber in there, and then you just take the leaf, soak it for a couple hours. It swells up or macerates, and then once they've swollen, then you can blend them into a fruit drink or a vegetable drink. And you just want to be careful that a lot of the blenders these days are very powerful, like the Blendtec or the Vitamix. Those are designed to cook soups in the blender. So if you have a very powerful blender, you have to be very conscious that if you're going to make a non-psychoactive cannabis drink, that you don't want to over blend it and cook it. And so if you feel the glass and the glass is warm, that meant, because some people really want to blend it very smooth, like they want to make it for a friend and they want it to be very pleasant. So they want to really blend it so that there's no texture. But if you walk down that path just a little bit too far, you begin to decarboxylate the THC acid. You can end up with a very psychoactive drink. I mean, it'd be like eating 5, 6, 7, 10 brownies, which is more than you recommend at a given moment in time.
For most people.
You mentioned soak your leaf. What are you soaking that leaf in?
You can soak it in water. That's the simplest. You can soak it in hemp milk, which has a lot of protein and intestine. I mean, that milk is a wonderful way to go. You can do it in kefir, which has a lot of flavor. You can get a fruit flavored kefir. So any liquid is fine. Obviously, water is the easiest, cheapest, but the other ones cover the texture and flavor quite a bit. And so lots of times I really enjoy using the kefirs, when I can get a hold of them. They're a little bit rare on our island here.
So, Al, you said it was a prophylactic. Does that mean that when people eat cannabis, they're going to get sterile? That explains why people who smoke pot don't have kids, right?
No, I meant prophylactic as a means to possibly put off a bad event or a bad situation. Okay. For instance, you don't know looking at me, but I have my eye here is pretty much all plastic. And for a couple of years, I was blind in that eye. And the very talented surgeon put me back together. And I have 20/15 vision in that eye. I got like a bionic eye. It's incredible. But the point is, when your eye is traumatized, not only did the injury hurt me and mess with me, but you get glaucoma from the intraocular pressure of your eye gets higher to a dangerous level. You go blind, etc. When I first had this injury to my right eye, the surgeon told me that I could expect a glaucoma also in my left eye. And I told him at the time that I was using cannabis, and he said, keep doing it. I think that he thought that it would relax me, which it helped me to do my anxiety. Obviously, I'm going blind. But he was astonished when the glaucoma did not show up in the other eye. So that's what I mean by prophylactic. It can help.
Okay.
You.
Okay.
Am I close, Phil?
Well, you're right on. I mean, and if it had been a part of your diet as a child and a young adult, then probably the first eye would have been managed as well. So, that's where the dietary thing is critical, and its safety and tolerance. The fact that anyone can tolerate it makes it possible to integrate, and that allows you to go down the path of prevention.
So would you agree then that maybe cannabis prohibition, which prevented human consumption of cannabis or hemp through eating animals or whatever, or plant material, has maybe contributed to things such as autoimmune conditions?
Oh, definitely. I mean, as soon as it was in the early period, it was like found in 143 medications used by the pharmaceutical industry.
So, Doctor, does that mean that when I come to your house for dinner, you're going to have cannabis in your salad and cannabis in your potatoes and cannabis in your desserts and cannabis in your drinks? I mean, am I going to walk out of your house so stoned that I won't be able to get home for like a week?
You won't be stoned, but you'll have cannabis in everything you eat. I mean, you can dice it, you can blend it. It's the heat that takes the non-psychoactive THC acid and turns it into the psychoactive THC. So as long as you're not heating it, you're able to consume it, and the more you consume, the better you'll be over time. I mean, it doesn't have an instantaneous effect like smoking, but it does affect the function of cells, the integration of cells, the ability for total body regulation. So when you build it into your diet, you probably don't even reach a plateau for a couple of months. But at that point, your intake will suddenly equal the metabolic loss. And so you'll come into a plateau. If you eat it regularly for several months, then suddenly you'll reach your maximum theoretic level. Depending.
So what kind of response does my body give? I mean, I guess eating cannabis makes you live longer and look healthier. I checked your Wikipedia information. It says you're 217. So that must be from all the cannabis that you've consumed, right?
Well, 215 was my age, but I had a. And I'm going for 420.
Well, listen.
How is it good for? How is it good for? I mean, will I notice something when I start? Will I feel more energized? Will I look younger? Will I look like Rock Hudson? Will I want to go running? What?
Probably Rock Hudson. No, but it takes. You're actually assisting cell regulation. So that doesn't occur in minutes or days or weeks. It occurs totally beneficially over months, and then continues to be beneficial. So it's a slow dietary process that is involved in kind of restructuring. So if you look at the endogenous cannabinoid system, it really is useful in supporting that. And when you support that, you do support cell regulation and regulation of the whole body, the regulation of systems. So it's an important element that is we need to get it in the diets of 800 billion or 8 billion people, because it really is valuable for each and every person on this planet.
Well, is it hard to cook with and work with? I mean, does it take so much extra preparation that when you're putting together your meals, it just takes longer and it's more of a problem? Or why don't people just do this naturally?
When you say cook, that kind of raises the hair in the back of my neck. If you use it, if you prepare it for food, it's good. If cook involves heat, then all of a sudden you go down the decarboxylation psychoactive thing. So yeah, you definitely want. There's a skill set that takes time. Because of its fibrous nature. You want to get it diced very fine. I like to blend it so that it becomes very smooth. But being careful to not over blend it, because like I said, then you can suddenly be amazed at And then another one is a pesto pasta. Absolutely love it. The basil really covers the flavor of the cannabis. You can have a lot of cannabis and pesto. You won't even taste it, and it's absolutely delicious. But the problem is, I've had several people that I've worked with. They made a large pot of pesto, and then at the end of the meal, they put that pesto on some leftover pasta, put it in the refrigerator. Next day, decided that they're going to heat it for lunch, and they pull it out, put it in the oven for 20 minutes, and suddenly the exact same amount that you had the night before that was non-psychoactive can become quite psychoactive once you heat it for 20 minutes. So the key is the heat. And if there is any, and so if the adult tests it, if they feel the psychoactive, then okay, this can't be on the dinner table with young children and infants and geriatric people like me.
So the speed, Dr. Bill, you make a flower out of it or something like that, and if you do you have the same effect?
We do draw the people that built the place that we live built this absolutely huge dehydrator because they were producing like 200 candy bars and they had to dry and temper the cocoa seeds. But I mean, it's huge stainless steel, just the biggest dehydrator, and you can put your fresh cannabis leaf in there, and it'll just pull the moisture out, and the leaves are very, very crumbly, just very dry. And you put them for a second in a blender, and it turns it into a very fine powder. And you can take a tablespoon of that, you can put it in anything, but you really just always got to be aware that you don't want to put it in something that's hot. I mean, if you can blend it into a drink, you can put it into a salad dressing, you can do all kinds of stuff with it. And it really deals incredibly with the fiber problem of cannabis. I mean, until it's dried and crumbled into a powder, it's gonna put a texture. Like I said, if you can manage that by blending it to make it smooth, as long as you don't overblend it. But once you got the powder and it's not been decarboxylated, it's real easy to put into a cold spaghetti and into a pesto, into a salad dressing.
But the deal is here, folks, again, the doctor said it 5 times, it has to be kept cold from beginning to end. It must remain cold. So even if you sprinkle it on hot food, you could have just messed it up. Cold.
Not so much. You can just a little transient heat on hot food. It's not so much an issue. But if you if you had a bunch left over and you mix, like I said, and you make a pesto sauce and you put it in the refrigerator and then you want to reheat it and you reheat it for 10, 20 minutes, then you'll have a noticeable decarboxylation. But if you can sprinkle it on warm food and it's not going to decarboxylate.
So you could do it just like sprinkling cheese on spaghetti. You could sprinkle some of that on your spaghetti sauce.
Okay. Well, that's cool. All right.
Yeah.
Well, now giving it to infants, do you put it in the formula? I mean, because you said it has to be kind of like thick. You don't want to blend it too much.
Generally,
go ahead.
Generally, the mother's eating it and passing it on through breast milk.
Yeah.
And if they're taking a bottle, you can blend it, but that's where you'd want the very fine powder and mix it in with whatever type of milk that they're consuming. And so it's as long as it's not been heated, it's not psychoactive. But always test it. If it's something new that you're trying. Have the adult who knows take a teaspoon and let it go 10, 15 minutes, and if there is no effect, then okay. In fact, there has not been any inadvertent decarboxylation along the way.
Now you said that you also like to use banana and I think coconut was another one to kind of like hide the flavor.
Yeah.
But my curiosity is, when you add this to your foods, does this just normally mess up your food? Does it normally just make your food taste nasty? I mean,
if there's some kind of a sauce or flavor, if there's some flavor to the food, it's not going to affect it. If you're going to maybe put it on pasta all by itself, and so all you would have is cannabis powder, then there would be a flavor. But if there's anything else that's going on, the flavor just blends in, and it's
really?
I would
So,
say.
so if you did that on your spaghetti, it wouldn't be as if you got all of a sudden you're tasting chlorophyll.
Yeah, no.
It tastes, this stuff's cannabis leaves, and they taste bitter. You know, I mean, what Dr. Bill is saying is you want to mask the flavor of the cannabis leaf because it's not something you go out and seek out just to eat.
But if you take the
down
cannabis
in Jamaica, they have the locals, at least the Rastafarian folks down there, the mothers, who are called Roots daughters down there in Jamaica that use cannabis. They give their infant, Dr. Bill, at birth, a cannabis tea. So, what's this tea thing? Is it simply?
If it's tea, it's probably been heated, so it's going to have a mild psychoactive depending on the strength. And so, if the child's irritable or it's a strange new world or they're emotional, and then you're using it in a kind of more of a sedative fashion. If it's raw, then there is no sedation, and so the child could still be upset and irritable. And so if it's a heated product, then you titrate its strength and you allow the child to kind of calm down, if you will.
Okay, so I'm sure it's way diluted. And I was just wondering whether you would interpret that as a nutritional additive at birth, and you've defined it as a sedative, pain control, or whatever little babies feel. None of us remember.
Yeah, but if the mother's eating a lot of it and it's into their breast milk, and if you blend it into their milk without heating it, without cooking it, then they are ingesting it directly.
Yeah, or if the mother has it as part of her diet during the pregnancy,
that brings another question up. Let's go to mother's milk because we're talking nutrition here for infants even. So mother's milk has cannabinoids in it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Bill, but I remember studies out of Meshulam's lab in Israel. I forget which particular lady did the work, but that said that if certain compounds are removed from the cannabis plant, the supposition would be, I think it was done with mice or rats or something, that the young mice, the baby mice, would not suckle. And then the return of those compounds to the milk, the babies survived. So, am I right? You remember all that stuff?
I don't. I think Esther Fried was the one who was involved in that.
Yes, Esther Fried, yes.
They were extracting elements from the cannabis or from the, what were they extracting again?
That I don't remember. I forget how she did it, but they ended up with somehow they ended up and taking a particular compound or compounds out, and I think it might have been the THC even, and the little mice just stopped suckling and died. And I recall that. So her supposition at the conference was that if you really want to take care of your baby, make sure you have breast milk that has cannabinoids in it. So that brings me to the next question. Let's say I have people that I know very well that don't eat cannabis, including me, but I smoke a lot of it. By smoking a lot of it, would a female necessarily end up with that in her milk?
Correct, definitely. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, and if they're smoking it, they're going to be getting the decarboxylated THC acid, so they'll be getting THC,
right?
And that in that milk that you were talking about, otherwise that is going to have an effect on the infant, which could be calming. If the infant is a little bit irritable and responsive to the environment, it could help calm the child. But that's an area that I have not. I know Kristen. We used to do a lot of conferences together with young children, which we were nursing, and there was a lot of questions and concern about our babies being able to access it, and Kristen has written articles in that area where it's kind of
Yeah, just I gotta point out Melanie Dreyer. You know Melanie.
Yeah.
Dr. Melanie Dreyer is one of the more famous nurses in the world. And she started out her career working for the federal government. They sent her to Jamaica. That's how I learned about root starters from Melanie. But they sent her to Jamaica, and she studied just that effect that she had a group of women down there who had young infants all the way to, I think she studied them up to 12 years old. They just followed the progress for those years. And those mothers did not use cannabis. The root starters, Rastafarian mothers, smoked cannabis all day long. And of course, breast fat. And what we found was that there was no negative to that. In fact, the children that are now children of the root starters mother did just a little bit better in almost all child categories. Just not a hell of a lot, but a little bit. And she just assumed that little bit better was because of the social atmosphere the Rastafarians have, and the kid would be more, more like kid. But anyway, there was no negative. So again, I just want the audience to know that it's been studied. If you want to look it up, if you're a lady and you're pregnant or you're breastfeeding, her last name is Dreher, Dreher. She's an RN, PhD, FAAN. She's a very, very famous nurse. And the study that she did in Jamaica indicates that your kids will be fine. I'm sorry to interrupt. Bill, this might be time for us to put up your diagram so you can explain to people.
That's what I was going to suggest. Yeah.
That's where I was just waiting to go to as well. I'll bring that up and we can go to it. Here we go.
All right.
Here's the chart.
Yeah.
Well, tell us about it.
Well, I've been working with this chart for a very, very long time. And what's interesting is that there's six or seven cannabinoids, and some estimates are that we're close to 150. And if you look at just this very small group of cannabinoids, it's mind-boggling. If I'm not sure my finger is going to show. Does the mouse show over on your side?
Yeah, I can point to where you want me to.
Okay, so I mean, essentially, just kind of go slowly. Start over here in the blue, the anxiolytic.
Okay, right here. Yeah, and I'll go clockwise.
Go by the word anxiolytic. Yeah. Okay, so that means it lyses or reduces anxiety, and now we're talking about CBD. And you notice that the only cannabinoid acid is THC acid, where in reality, when you use the raw plant, each and every category has a medicinal acidic form. So there would be a CBD acid, a CBC acid, a CBG acid, a THCV acid. And so it's interesting, so if we go through, you name a food out there. I mean, cannabis is obviously the ultimate superfood, because when you consume this, you're getting an anti-anxiety agent, and you don't really can get rid of maybe the Valium and lorazepam and everything else. It's also an antipsychotic. It also is an anti-epileptic. That was where I was first introduced to cannabis. One of my patients' children had epilepsy, and we found that cannabis was very helpful. And then University of California, San Francisco was excited, and they wanted me to come out and present to the pediatric interns and residents, and they wanted to hear more about the anti-epileptic effect. Neuroprotective is, the whole idea of protecting the brain from insults, hypoxemia, lowered oxygen, pressure issues, and up above, vasorelaxant, meaning if your blood vessels are tense, you can have a form of high blood pressure. And if you kind of relax that tension, you can drop that blood pressure. And it's also a muscular antispasmodic. So, it is useful to kind of, if you're kind of tense and you've got contraction of muscles in your neck and you're getting headaches, or you got contractions in the low back, it can help relieve that muscle spasm. And the next one, anti-ischemic, is huge. I mean, this is where it's involved in dealing with reduced oxygen. So if there's an issue where you've had reduced oxygen, that can lead to like heart attacks and strokes, and it's able to kind of counteract some of that anti-ischemic effect, or provide an anti-ischemic. So ischemic is the reduction, anti is the blocking of that effect. The next one is anti-proliferative. So a lot of cells can multiply abnormally. It's called dysplasia. And so if you can block dysplasia, then you can prevent unnecessary growth of cells that you don't particularly need. And then the really big one is the anti-cancer, which is also anti-neoplasia. So these are some just absolutely stunning effects from one of the cannabinoids in the 150 in this plant.
And we're only halfway around it. Just the
oh my God! We probably don't have enough time to cover all this, but so I encourage people to look at each of these. Look the term up on Wikipedia. You know, antiemetic reduces vomiting. Antibacterial is, if you have a bacterial infection, and with these various infections out there, you want to have something that can help with that. Anti-diabetic is huge, enormously beneficial in managing blood sugar and the absorption of sugar into the cell and the release of it and the maintenance of serum blood levels of glucose. Anti-psoriatic is an autoimmune disorder where psoriasis can really tear up the skin, and it can block that autoimmune action that is an overreaction that causes psoriasis. Anti-prokinetic intestinal, so it can help with the kinesis, the motility, which maybe if you're hyperkinetic, you could have the passage of stool before it's completely dehydrated, and then you could end up with diarrhea or a runny stool.
I have Crohn's disease, so
yeah, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, analgesic, so pain relief, bone stimulant, bone growth, huge in the ability to. There's an osteoclast that breaks down old bone, and then an osteoblast that comes through and rebuilds it. So this bone turnover is something that is constant throughout your life, and its ability to stimulate the removal and rebuilding of bone to keep that bone structure up, so that you don't have a osteoporosis. As you get older and you break your hip, is because you have not been rebuilding the bone as fast as you break it down. So you need a really good balance between the osteoclast, which removes bone, and the osteoblast that replace it. And this can be very helpful in maintaining that healthy balance. Anti-inflammatory, absolutely huge. Inflammation drives so many conditions, aggravates so many conditions. Immunosuppressive. So the T cells are, part of the immune system. There's actually one cell called the antigen presenting cell, APC. It's a large white blood cell, a macrophage, and it's monitoring for abnormal growth. So if it sees a little bit of abnormal growth, which could be a dysplasia, what it does is it will actually bite the antigenic surface marker off of the aberrant cell and then present that to the local lymph node, which then mounts a response, and the T cells, T killer, T helper, T regulatory, the whole system, antibodies, they all go out and are involved in removing that aberrant cell. And so if you can prevent dysplasia, then you're one step ahead of having to deal with neoplasia, which is cancer. But say you didn't use cannabis all your life and you suddenly developed bone cancer, breast cancer, any type of cancer. It can, at that late date, complement your immune system's ability to kind of get it geared up to identify the abnormal cell and mount the response to destroy and remove it from your body. So it really is a huge benefit if that happens to be problems you're struggling with.
Yeah, I can see that, and because when I used to hand out this card, people would ask me about that. What's this immune suppressive part of it all? And
it's generally, if you have an overactive, if you have a hyperactive, if you have autoimmune disorders, it can help suppress an immune system that has become
reactive.
Yeah. They call it autotoxis horribilis. I mean, that's where you have self-assault by your immune system, and obviously that is not beneficial, and you want to regulate that, downregulate that, so that you don't end up, causing a lot of immune conditions by an overactive immune system. And then THC variant, and pretty much, I believe, almost all of the cannabinoids have a variant class. That's a different tail size. There can be a 3-carbon, a 5-carbon, and some of they're finding new cannabinoids that actually have a 7-carbon. And what's interesting is that I think the 7-carbon tail is like 10 times more active than the 5-carbon. So there's really strong benefits from some of these unusual cannabinoids that we're beginning to locate in the body. And here you see it's anorectic, it's a bone stimulant to once again rebuild that bone that's broken down, anti-epileptic. So you'll see anti-epileptic in a number of places. A lot of these cannabinoids can contribute. And once again, anti-proliferative. So if you have 3 or 4 different elements that are anti-proliferative, you can see how that benefit can really kind of become more robust, because you're attaching the ability to stop unneeded multiplication of cells by the use of several molecules rather than a single one. Antibacterial, we've seen that a lot. Bone stimulant, we've seen that a lot. And so, as we move into CBC, it's got that whole same class. It's anti-proliferative, antimicrobial, bone stimulant, anti-inflammatory, analgesic, pain control. And here we got the light blue anti-proliferative. And I don't even see what particular cannabinoid that is, but probably we can track that down if we had to. And then THC acid, antispasmodic, anti-proliferative again, and then CBD variant, bone stimulant. So you'll see a lot of the same functions being enhanced. And this is, like I said, this is 7 of upwards of maybe 150 different cannabinoids.
Well, first I'd like to make an observation again for the audience on that beautiful diagram that we were just looking at. You notice, folks, it's the whole plant. If you just look at the diagram again, you see that CBD, the compound that is touted as being great, and there's nothing wrong with it, is just a portion of the whole. So this program has always, and I think Dr. Bill will agree, what we're always talking about here, whether we're talking nutrition, medicine, however we want to talk about this plant, we're talking about the whole plant, the whole bud. We're not just talking about isolating certain compounds. That's pharmaceutical bullshit. We believe in the whole thing. So please note that on that diagram. And then I'm really curious, Dr. Bill, about the bone. Can I say that if you use cannabis appropriately, the bones will regenerate or simply not deteriorate?
I believe there's regeneration. I haven't seen the research, but I know it facilitates the bone turnover. So the bone is under a very active ongoing process where the osteoclast will remove old bone, then the osteoblast comes behind it and lays down new bone. So you're constantly rebuilding. And in part, like say maybe you've had an accident or there's an issue that you're shifting weight in your body or your posture or whatever, it will come in and see where the stresses are and reinforce an area that may be experiencing increased stress.
Wow.
So it really is critical in the bone structure remodeling, which is a very serious, ongoing, continuous process. And as you get older, it probably becomes more critical, meaning your bones are in pretty good shape when you're young, but as you get older, you want to really optimize that bone remodeling process to reinforce any kind of changes that need to occur to kind of provide bone strength as you get up there to where people begin to break hips and they fall and break bones and stuff. So you want to keep those bones strong and healthy.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked, because I deal with a lot of mainly Vietnam vets, but vets and the older guys, the non-vets. A lot of them have bone deterioration problems in different parts of their body. We tend to blame everything on Agent Orange, and it might be true. But I just wanted to know, because I've told them in the past that I knew in a general sense that I thought that cannabis would help bone structure. I didn't know what to say. And you just said that very nicely, and I'll use that information. So thank you.
And then, with the Vietnam vet, they're looking for the psychological horror and terror of having gone through that. And, so they're using generally THC to kind of create some distance and space from the psychological trauma of having gone through that process. But we're talking about, kicking it up from the heated version, which decarboxylates all the medicinal acidic cannabinoids. So when you are smoking it, you take CBD acid and you break it down, CBC acid and break it down, CBN acid and break it down, THC acid and break it down, which is why you're heating it. It's just for that one cannabinoid. But at the same time, you're removing the medicinal acidics. And there was an excellent paper out of Oregon State University. I would like to get that link over to you guys, because they were looking at, I think it's CBG acid and CBD acid, just two of the medicinal acidics, and they were finding a marked ability to affect viral attachment to the cell and then viral entry. And that type of activity could be critical if, this, H5N1 blows up, or, viruses will, forever are going to be a part of our life. And the ability to mitigate, pathologic attachment and entry and having problems could be one of the strongest benefits of the medicinal acidics. And once you heat the plant, you're just blowing off that whole beneficial aspect.
So you don't get anything at all. Over the counter. What do you think about the over the counter CBD gummy bears, hemp oils, or the infused cannabis drinks that you can buy? What do you think about all that stuff that's being sold across the counter?
I don't think God needed a lot of help. I think there's this plant out there that it's 34 million years of collateral evolution. Humans and this plant exchanged genetic evolution together, and so the plant, the raw living plant, is how every other animal uses it. Humans are the only one that turn it into an oil or isolate CBD or modify it, bake it, saute it, whatever they want to do. So when you move to consuming the living raw plant, you're not making a nod to, okay, this is how every other animal, hundreds of millions of species, use this plant. Maybe there's something there that I'm not going to fix through my pursuit of managing the psychological or physical pain by decarboxylating, all of the medicinal acidics. So I encourage people, if you just go to, I think the United States has a patent on the medicinal acidic cannabinoids.
Wow.
Very, very powerful. The Department of Health and Human Services, I believe. They're a very potent class, but they're delicate. They're delicate. And so that's where, if you're using the living plant and not cooking it when you blend it, for palatability, you're going to end up with, a lot of benefit from the whole plant. That is.
So I'm gonna ask the obvious. So we should be feeding cannabis in some fashion, seeds, leaves, the whole thing, to our pigs, to our chickens, to our beef.
Everything.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, if we're all nodding our head. I mean, that's why I say I'm asking the obvious. So, but anyway, I want the doctor's opinion. So I eat my my cow my steer that I've had grass-fed beef, and I subsidize it with all kinds of hemp seed and hemp leaves, and then I butcher it and I eat it. Am I getting that cannabis benefit out of that meat?
I don't have a research paper to show that, but it would be my firm belief that their healthy use of that plant, even if it just allowed them to have healthier protein and less inflammatory side effects. I mean, if you keep the animal's health up, that's going to affect the quality of the meat, and that's and the possibility that if they're grazing and consuming cannabis regularly, that there's likely to be elements in that meat that are over and above. I would assume there is, but I'd like to see the research showing that. But that would be my null hypothesis.
Yeah, well, I know what I'm asking because I've talked to these guys and I want to get this on our show, at least pieces of it. There's a little video called Reefer Roasters, and I'll shorten it up. But a friend of mine got some chicks, had it fed on hemp seeds until they were frozen. We took them to Washington, D.C. We put them in the DEA's first chicken barbecue cook-off contest, and we won. And the most interesting thing in the little video, I believe, to just back you up, Dr. Bill, before we could serve this food, it had to be inspected by food inspectors, government food inspectors. And let me tell you about this, people. These guys don't fool around. And if they say I don't like that, it ain't going nowhere. I know a lot of people in beef processing, and they are serious, serious men and women. And anyway, the guy comes up. He's out of typecasting, and right out of the movie. He's got a buck cap, and he's got a shirt, and he's got jeans with that have been pressed, and everything sparkles. He's got the clipboard, right? I mean, he's like, I want to see some chicken. So we get him a chicken. He looks at the chicken. This is all online. And he looks at the guy that did all this work, and he says, "Where'd you get this chicken?" And Skippy tells him what he did. And he said, "I've been doing this some 30 years. That's the best looking piece of chicken I've ever seen."
Maybe the hair stand up on my arm.
I'll just put that out there.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And we don't have hard, detailed science literature to support it, but I certainly believe that it's there, and that type of anecdotal evidence should shape the research specifically to help us identify why it's being identified as useful.
Yeah, well, it is anecdotal, of course, but it's DEA anecdotal. We won.
I know of people have a saying, "You are what you eat."
There you go.
Oh my God! And this is the ultimate use.
Yeah,
of
and that's why I was commenting earlier about the fact that once prohibition came in, people stopped to reduction in consumption of cannabis through our food, leads to autoimmune conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there is a big push now with the new health guide, Department of Health here in the United States to see some rather remarkable and major changes going to be made to our food supply here in the United States. And I don't think anybody down here would disagree with the idea that maybe it can be improved. And if we can somehow introduce the concept of cannabis as a food source, as a nutritional source, into that conversation, this might be an opportune time, I guess is what I'm saying.
It definitely is, and the research should be fairly simple to get some statement in there of the benefits of poultry and cattle and pork consuming cannabis in their diet, and that would go a long ways to its being integrated into the food chain, and that everyone, I believe, would really benefit from efforts made to kind of bring cannabis into the feeding of livestock.
Well, I think the key to that is what you've emphasized here on this show half a dozen times. The people have to understand that they can eat cannabis without any kind of psychoactive result. And I tell people all the time that when I deal with congressmen and senators and stuff, and they start going off on me, and I say, excuse me, it's a plant. Because they keep talking, it's a drug, we got to control drugs and all that shit. And that's why I brought up right off the beginning with your Department of Agriculture. Gee, enlightenment, But it's a drug, no, it's a plant. And then if we can understand it's a plant that's nutritious and it doesn't have psychotropic effect. But it seems so obvious, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to. We can sit here and talk to each other all year. It doesn't matter. How do we get the world to say that? You've been all over the world, Dr. Bill. What do they say to you? Good luck, or what do they say over there?
It's you're preaching to the choir. I'm speaking to people that are excited about cannabis, and we sit there and kind of make ourselves feel good. But the pharmaceutical industry does not want prevention kind of running away with the profits, and they are going to call the shots, and they're going to emphasize what they want. And we're out there saying, "Oh, we should integrate this into our food so that everyone gets healthy." And they go, "Well, I don't make a lot of money on health. I make a lot of money on treating disease." And really,
so you should support the pharmaceutical companies because that's what they're there for, to kill us. To help us. Well, I do agree. I got to say this. I do agree there should be some controls on cannabis. As an example, I control how much cannabis I put into my pipe. I control who smokes it. And I control who leaves my house with it. And I control how much comes into my house for it. So, yeah, there should be some controls. I agree with that. And we're down to our last few minutes.
If it's not heated, it does not have any. There is no drawback. It's like it's like
It's a vegetable. I think is what the term you've used in the past.
It's a dietary essential vegetable. And it's like there's no living plant that you can consume that is as important and health supportive than this plant. None. No, there's not even a close second.
Wow.
Well, we're down to the last few minutes. Dr. Courtney, do you want to promote anything on the internet or let people know any party messages or thoughts?
Every once in a while, I've had, if you go to YouTube, there could be a channel, and I don't know exactly of its current status, but at one point there was a video section that had 30 or 40 videos that really went over a lot of the presentations, probably the one that Al was referring to. And so that you can, it's all free education, and you can actually see the progression as you look at the date and see my thought process kind of being refined. Like I said, I started out not wanting to approve of its use by one of my most trusted colleagues. our two children played lacrosse together, and we kind of really have remained close. But because he asked, it turned my life around. I mean, because he said, "Would you? I really need this," and I'm thinking, how can that be? But once I took a look at it, it's kind of like, yeah, we all need this, and we need it not, in the heated form. We need it the way every other animal uses it. Just stop being so egotistical. I mean, it's like, if God needed us to kind of fix his problems, you would probably send us a letter or at least an email.
So, Doctor,
Al, any final questions?
Well, yeah, just so everybody understands, you've said it, but let's emphasize it. The endogenous cannabinoid system is in every living thing on Earth, as I understand it, excepting insects. Is that a correct statement?
I would have to study more on insects because they eat cannabis and they may have a different system. They've had a pretty good run at it. So my sense is that they may not have a system that we recognize. They may not be using mammalian.
Well, I'll leave them alone, but everything else does, right?
Yeah, I mean, and their ability to kind of, I flashback one time I had this bunch of cannabis plants, and I was trying to kind of run them into the house to kind of blend them and juice them, and this goat was just kept trying to take the plants away from me. He was I was running as fast as I could, and this goat was saying, "No, man, that's dinner there. You're taking the goat." and left me kind of, I got inside finally with what's left, but the goat was pretty upset that, it was like, that's my meal. And so other animals know this, and we're just kind of catching up with the party.
Yeah.
Well, Doc, we really have appreciated you coming all the way from Argentina to talk to us.
Man, you're drifting me all over the damn world.
We're lucky to catch you then when you got nothing to go on.
Yeah.
I thought it was Venezuela earlier.
Yeah, but it's been a pleasure. It's been really not only entertaining but educational. Your breakdown of the plant and its uses is gold, and I'm sure it's going to go far and wide once people see that on your presentation here. So personally, it's good to see you again, and thanks again for coming by.
Let me give you one last line. You only need cannabis as medicine when you forgot it as food. If you really grok that, it's kind of like, I think I just soon not get sick and need medicine. And it is so important for the prevention of disease, for the early management of disease. It really is, it's just the most important. It is the ultimate superfood in terms of health maintenance, disease prevention, disease, like I said, it can become therapeutic, but don't wait and get sick before you start it.
Right.
Use it and prevent. Opt for prevention.
Exactly. Get it in your body now.
Yeah, get in now, and don't worry about it.
Then, in order to help with that, my last question will be to you. You mentioned at the very beginning, we talked about nutrition and all that and eating it, about turning it into a powder. Can you just quickly go over that process one more time?
Like I said, right, that place I ended up moving into had this enormous dehydrator, and you can buy a little 9-tray dehydrator, that runs on a light bulb, and you can build one on your own. Pretty simple if you got a light bulb. And you just, you get these trays and you just sprinkle the leaf on there, and that very slow heat from the lamp will dehydrate it without decarboxylating it. And the leaves will become very crunchy, and you just rub them with your fingers and they turn into a fine powder. And so you a whole big pile of leaves, like if you're in a seasonal environment where, there's a particular vegetative phase, you can produce an enormous amount of bars of fine cannabis powder that you can then use, if you're going to have a winter season. But alternatively, you can come to Dominica and get over that winter thing.
I would like to do that. I'm getting to that age.
Yeah.
It's super. basically as dry as you can get it, and
Yep.
just get it into dust, and there you go.
You can put it into a blender. You know, like you want to pinch the stem off because that's real fibrous. But if you pinch the stem off and then dry it, it'll turn into this really fine powder. If you want to get carried away, you can get kind of a coarse sieve, and you can filter that through, and that'll stop any little chunks that are behind it. Then you can get
Dried sugar leaf would add heavier amounts of cannabinoids to it with the terpene or with the trichones that are on them. So
yeah. Now there will you make a little dent in the terpenes when you're drying it, but
Yeah.
at least you got a product that's good, for probably years.
All right.
Okay.
Test that
Well,
out.
Dr. Courtney, I have really enjoyed having you on as
Yes.
a guest. I consider you to be a very brilliant mind, and I have learned a lot, and I'm sure my audience has as well. We'd love to have you back as a guest in the future to share even more of what's inside that brain of yours, and take time for hemp with us. Al Graham, you do a groovy radio broadcast up there in Canada, right? Is that how you pronounce it, Canada?
Canada.
And
yes,
and
Canada. All right.
and I understand that you translate it into English, right? So people in America can enjoy it as well. Is that how it works?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
People can catch the Pace Radio Network at paceradio.net, where we cover cannabis as well as psychedelics. And if you want any information on Dr. William Courtney, if you go to the pace-online.ca website, click on researchers, you will find Dr. Courtney listed there with his search engines as well as YouTube links where you can see his stuff. I've been following you for a while, Doctor. So it was a pleasure to meet you and talk with you.
Excellent.
Amazing. And Al Graham, we love you here a lot on the big broadcast. You really make it fly. We do appreciate all that you do. Al Bird, you got a groovy book again. Let people know how they can pick it up so they can educate themselves about the cannabis movement.
For Country and Cannabis came out about 18 months ago. Anywhere, Apple Books, Amazon. It's a book. It's an ebook. It's around for you. It's got a lot of good reviews. I find that most of the people that come back and say something to me about the book is that some of them have read it 2 or 3 times, and they say there's just so much information in that book, and boy, I like hearing that, because I wrote it to let the history book be there. You can contest it or not, but I did the best to go back 40 years and figure out how we got here today, and who did it. And then along the way, I have a lot of information about how to use cannabis medically, or how people found out about this particular aspect of it, how the endocannabinoid system was found in the first place. The University of Indiana, do you know that? So there's a lot in there. I hope people enjoy it, and especially, if you do have a good rapport with your librarian or something, say, hey, I just up a little bit, Doctor. You maybe just have been included in a really big time history deal. Time for Hemp, as we've talked many times, has this gigantic archive of really, really wonderful discussions with all kinds of folks, just like we had today, hundreds of them, covering any number of different subjects. And we have been looking to donate that historical archive to some institution that would preserve it and spread the information in it in a bigger worle. And I'm not going to tell you who that is, but we are actively negotiating, and they are interested as hell. They really think that what has been accomplished by Casper and Al is worthy of institution type of research facility dealing with the cannabis plant and all of the ramifications around it. The legal, the political, the medical, the whatever. So we're bragging a little bit. So you want to keep watching this show, because evidently we're worth it.
Excellent. I would have to concur. I think you guys are doing an amazing job, and I'm glad someone has the ability to put it all together. And anytime you want me to come along and blather, just let me know.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Albert, for the kind words about the archives here on the big broadcast. And Al is right. We have a lot of knowledge that you can find in there, and we are still growing. And I am blessed to have Albert as part of my Time for Hemp family. He keeps me grounded, and he keeps me focused, and he does keep me motivated. And I'm so blessed for both my Als here on the Time for Hemp broadcasting. They are part of my family. And I'm going to be experiencing more members of my family on Memorial Day weekend, as Al Byrne alluded to at the beginning of the big broadcast. I am finally going to go out my cave and toddle on down the road, and I'm going to go and be part of a thing called the Texas Hemp Stock. And those who know me well know I don't go anywhere often, because at my age, it takes about 100 people just to get me together. And but they talked me into it. They're a really charming group of people, dedicated to what they're doing, and they are persistent when it comes to ending cannabis prohibition. You can find them online at the TexasHempStock.com. They are an amazing group of people. It's going to be all weekend, Memorial Day weekend. And the little town that it's going to be at, I think it's called Music River, Texas. I have to look it up again. But it's along the border of Colorado and Texas. They got 4 stages. They're going to have about 30 different rock bands and musicians playing at different venues along the way. They got campgrounds available. They got like almost 28 different speakers, and 2 of the keynote speakers at the event is Paul Stanford, hardworking activist up at Portland, Oregon, and yours truly, Casper Leach, here at Time for Hemp.
And if you want a doc in the box, I would be willing to participate, and people can ask me questions. So different. I got heart disease, I got cancer, I got autoimmune. So we can just have a kind of Q&A with a little computer off in the corner, and people can ask questions.
I'll let them know that, because the people on this team are also very astute in AI, and they also reality augmentation. And they're going to be developing a 3D studio for the Time for Hemp broadcast. And they're going to develop little avatars for myself and for my joint host and for all the guests that come on. So as they go through the archives and dig out the best of the information, they'll be able to have like Jack Hare come out and sit down and have a chat with Al, and me here at Time for Hemp.
Yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help! Yeah.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. This next story is about PEI, and it is coming to us from StratCan. And the headline on that says, PEI considering raising the cannabis age of access to 21. Wow. Prince Edward Island is considering raising the age of access to cannabis from 19 to 21 years of age as part of an effort to raise the age of access to nicotine pouches. PEI Health Minister Corey Deagle told CBC News that he supports the effort to also raise the age of access to cannabis products. He says there's a lot of scientific data that would support increasing the age of cannabis, he told CBC, citing oft-referenced research that the brain is still developing until the age of 25. Says, I think there is strong evidence that supports it. The Chief Public Health Office supports increasing that age, and I think they have good data that supports it, and I support them, and we're going to do that as well. Deagle also told CBC that he plans to discuss the matter with the federal government and hold a public consultation with any possible changes to the age of access in the province, not expected until at least the fall session, which typically begins in November. Now, the health minister made similar comments in the Legislative Assembly on May the 5th in response to a question by Hilton McLean, PC MLA for Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke. The age of access in most Canadian provinces is 19. Their exceptions are Alberta, which allows people 18 and older to buy cannabis, and Quebec, which has an age access of 21.
Kept my back all twisted, nights run long, old prescription bottles, labels all wrong. Doctor looked me over, laughed at my chart, said, sign this paper, kid, and follow your heart. I got my weed card in my wallet, little green light every time I call it. From the waiting room to mobile yard, life got easy when they stamped that card. I got my weed card, yeah, I'm alright. Sleeping like a baby through the whole damn night. I got my weed card, saying it's so hard. World feels softer with a little green card. Mama shakes her head, says, boy, you changed. But I'm more alone and fix what's strange. Boss don't care as long as I show smile comes a little more slow. I got my weed card in my wallet, little green light every time I call. Oh, yeah. From the pharmacy to my old front porch, trouble burns out like a used up torch. I got my weed card, I'm doing fine, breathing real deep for the first damn time. I got my weed card, raise your glass, hard life tastes sweeter with a little green card. Used to hide in the bathroom, looking at the door. Now I walk right out, name tag on my drawer, running from the shadows in my head. Just a man with a card and an early night in bed. I got my weed card in my wallet. Doctor little scribble put a comb in my pocket. From the big bad world to this worn out yard, heart beats easy with a little green card. I got my weed card. Let the band play one deep breath and I'm okay. I got my weed card. Sing it so hard, life rolls smoother with a little green card.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really grateful that you're here and grateful to see you this evening. We're going to talk about integration tonight. So my name is Angela Miro. I'm the founder and owner of Altered Healing, and I also am president of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. I'm so grateful to be, part of both of those things. And before we properly dive in, I just want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional, ancestral, and current territory of the Mi'kma'ki people. And I make note of that because when working in a psychedelic space, psychedelics in general, we're going to have to mute the computer as well. Psychedelics in general are often connected to so many ancestral and indigenous lineages. And it's so important that when we're working in these spaces, we have an awareness of the connection that these different plant medicines have to these different environments and these different spaces. And so it's just important for us when we're working, when we're being in these spaces, when we're working with these medicines, that we are aware of these things. Oh, we got some more folks. Hi there, come on in. So I'm very grateful that you are all here and it's lovely to see you. So why are we here and what do we hope to walk away with? We are going to be talking about psychedelic integration. We are going to be really vary for numerous different reasons. We're going to be looking at challenges to integration, what can kind of block us from being able to get to that place of embodiment. We're going to look at different ways that we can be supported in the journey. So I'm going to be giving you different tools this evening that you'll be able to use, ideally to help you with landing. And I'm also going to give you a handout at the end of the evening that has a ton of journal prompts and also like creative ways to be able to become more embodied in the integration process. And so hopefully at the end of it, you will have these tools that you'll be able to just very, very simple, like daily practices to be able to work with, and we'll be able to use them together. Integration is incredibly important. And so that's kind of one of the things I'm hoping you'll leave with. If you're here, you probably already know that. And maybe you just don't really know exactly how to get to the point of feeling integrated. And so why it is important is because if we are just taking psychedelic medicines and we are not actually integrating the experiences, we're just not really getting the full benefit of being in the actual medicine space. And so what happens is we have an experience, and then if we don't integrate from it, we're not getting the full impact. So it can be far more beneficial, and we can have a much better experience after if we learn different tools that can help us integrate. And so it's really about not overlooking this as such an important thing. So what is integration? It literally is derived from a Latin word, which actually means to make whole or complete. And so what we are hoping is that we have an experience and then we can get to a place of feeling whole or complete after the medicine session. We're going to go through the timeline. It can be very varied. And although I'm going to be talking specifically about psychedelic medicine integration, when we're talking about integration, I'd love for you also to consider all the ways we need to integrate experiences from our lives and what that can look like, what it can, kind of feel like. Integration is something that takes time with everything. So for example, you have a big loss in your life. Maybe you're grieving. Maybe you get diagnosed with a chronic illness. Maybe you've moved. Maybe you're, the amount of life changes that can come towards us are very vast. And unfortunately, we live in a capitalist hellscape a little bit. And the whole thing is what that timeline is based on what gets us back to work, not what is natural and what we actually need. So for example, if you were to have a major loss, like how long do you think it takes to like grieve a major loss? Like someone dies in your life, how long do like the experts say it should take to like properly grieve? What's the guess? Months, okay?
3 years.
They say it takes 2 years of like properly, whatever that looks like, but like grieving a loss. So that means being with the experience, noticing what comes up, feeling it, moving through it. I don't know anyone who's been able to have the luxury of taking 2 years to grieve a loss. And so often what happens, for example, when we take the death of someone, within 3 days, we have to bury them. And then within like a week, if we're lucky, that's like as much time as you might get off, and then you're back to work. That is just not a natural timeline. That is just again, a capitalist timeline of what works for them. So when we're thinking about integration, when we're looking at timelines, we are also thinking about, okay, what makes sense for us as an individual, not what makes sense to like the world around us. And so sometimes it's important to really notice like what we're thinking, and the goal of integration is that we are landing in a new version of ourselves. We are trying to make whole or complete this new version. How long is that going to take? It's not going to take months. It could take years. And so it's about recognizing that it's the same if we experience a very big anything in our lives. Thinking that we can just land back within days or weeks is kind of unrealistic. And so it's more about figuring out like what's a natural timeline for us that doesn't really have to do with like what the outside world is telling us. And so it's about noticing this for ourselves. So although I have this for the integration journey, it's not linear. I know it's a line. It's actually not a linear experience, although I'm demonstrating it in this way. It is something that is going to be ongoing. And this whole thing from experience to embodiment can take years. And if you notice, we have experience, we have insight, and I'm going to go into all of these, but at no point on this does it say take more medicine. So when we're trying to integrate, we are trying to do that with numerous different tools, numerous different things that can help us to land. And then ideally, the last thing we would do is go back to the medicine space. Sometimes we'll move through these things and we'll get a really good insight. We'll sit with it, we'll reflect, we'll take action, we will embody that piece. And then all of a sudden, like, oh, I have new insights, I have new reflections, I have to take actions, I've embodied that piece. There might be times where we feel like I really have to return to that space to get more understanding. But when we're trying to integrate really big things, we don't need to just hop on and do more psychedelics, because what happens is we might think like, okay, this will help give the clarity, this is going to help me to land. However, the downside is that what might happen is you get into that space and then you get in touch with something else that's really big, And now you have two really big things you need to integrate, and you don't know how to do that. And so with this, we're going to be talking about different things that help you to land. And then it's later figuring out if you feel like you want to return to the medicine space, that's great. But this is really about how can we do this with the tools that I'm going to kind of talk to you about, and then later you can return to that medicine space if you feel like that you need it. All of this is really about our own personal growth, and we have to do that by landing in this realm, which is difficult. And so that's why that can take time. And so I'm going to go into the timelines for each of these. When we talk about experience, we're talking about the actual medicine experience. The insights are the things that just kind of come to us immediately. The reflection are things that we actually sit with after the action or the changes we want to make. And then the embodiment is when we've actually landed with kind of all of it, and we've been able to do that intentionally. So as I said, the experience can be very varied, and it depends on so many different things. The actual medicine experience can be minutes, it can be days. Say you take some DMT, all of a sudden you meet the aliens and you're like, then you're back here within minutes. Maybe you take iboga and you're just gone for days at a time. Both of those very big changes, big experiences will take a long time to come back to, even if you're actually only in the space for a short amount of time. So depending on what type of medicine you took will impact the experience that you have. What were your intentions going in? So if you have intentions of, like, for example, you go in being like, these medicines can't teach me anything at all, I know everything. It's like, that's going to be a doozy. You're going to go to a terrible place. Probably it's going to be very intense, and that's going to be harder to integrate from because of what came up. What support did you have? What support did you have in the lead up? What support did you have during the medicine session? And now what support do you have after? So often things that are traumatic and difficult, it's because we experienced something that was difficult, but then where was everyone? We're alone in it after. And so it's like something happens and we don't feel like we can go to people for support. That often is the impact. That can be very traumatic. And then you go into a medicine space and you're unsupported, that trauma comes back up. And so instead of having a witness or someone that you can share it with, you're actually more overwhelmed because you haven't had anyone to help you in it. And so then also, what trauma are you holding? So the experience can be very vast, and the integration from it can be difficult or overwhelming later. But it's also looking at, like, what are you holding in your body? Sometimes we don't know until we enter the space. I've worked with people where it's like they've got in touch with trauma that they just weren't even aware was in their body. And so then integrating from that can take longer because now their view of what they thought their life experience has changed. And so the experience, the actual medicine experience, again, so vast and so wide ranging. And these things also impact it. There's numerous different aspects that can really impact the medicine experience. But when it comes to integration, these are things that can make the integration also a little bit bumpy. And so it's also recommended that when we're kind of in this experiential space, we're trying just to be in it. Ideally, we're trying to kind of notice what comes up, be with the experience, and not try to figure it out. Often when we're in the experience, it's like, oh my God, this is such a great thing. Okay, I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this. It's like, no, right now you just have to be in it. And then we'll try to make sense of it later. There can be some integration during the actual session when you're like, ooh, this is great, I want to follow it. But we also don't have to do anything right that moment. And that's why this kind of timeline of why it's like the third, fourth thing we do is actually action. Because at first we need to just make sense of all the things that have come up and try to land with them. Yeah, so the timing of these could be different.
Right, I can't turn that on.
That's okay. And also when it comes to the experience, I don't necessarily believe, hi there, come on in. No problem. So when it comes to an experience, some people might feel like they've had like a bad trip. Those are 100% real. People can have very difficult experiences, and having a difficult experience can also take longer to integrate, but it's more about noticing later. It's like, what made it bad? Sometimes it's like, I just remember when I was younger, people would just take a bunch of mushrooms and then like go to parties and not realizing the setting and all, like we just weren't intentional with the experience. You'd be with people, all of a sudden you're sensitive, you realize someone's got a bad vibe, and then that comes into the experience and that kind of can taint things. But when we're having a difficult experience, it then makes it more difficult to integrate because we just think, oh God, I've seen the bowels of hell. I've seen all things that are terrible. why would I want to come back to this space? Like, people are awful. And so it's about noticing, like, how can we recognize this can be true and we can still make sense of it and move forward in that space. So insight. Having this insight space can be during the journey and the days that follow. This is kind of those aha moments, that like clarity that happens within the psychedelic space. I remember once in a journey, I saw like, it was like I've described before, like the Windows 95 like background that had like the green grass and the blue sky, and it was like clear and beautiful. And all that was in there was like this one small little filing cabinet. And I was like, all of the information of the universe was in this very tiny like little filing cabinet. And I felt like if anyone asked me anything, I could just go, here it is. I don't know what the answers were, but they felt like they were just there and I could grasp them. And that's the only time that's ever happened. But it's like, then we come back here and the insights we had, it's like, okay, they were so clear and it made so much sense. And then it can be difficult to like land now. And so sometimes it is just about noticing, like, that insight phase is usually in the journey or in like that immediate time that follows. And sometimes they can be a little delayed, or they can be hidden. You might have a dream and all of a sudden they pop up, or you might notice like, oh, that clarity that I connected to, it's like all of a sudden it hits you. It's like, okay, I can see that again. But it's usually, especially in the actual medicine journey, and it's that space where we really want to be sitting with, like, what is it that's coming up? What feels alive? What are these insights? And we use that as information, not to necessarily make any changes right away, but to notice like, okay, that clarity I felt, what was it? And it's like, it's really interesting because the medicine space is not of this like physical realm. It's a very feeling, imaginative space. And so that's why we have this clarity, and then we come back here and it feels foggy. And so ideally this process will help make these things feel a little bit less foggy and we're able to land in them. So after we have the insights, the next is kind of reflection. So this can be days, months, years. It might continue to come up for us. After we have those initial insights, we really sit with things in a very conscientious way. It's these shifts that can happen. It can be ongoing. It can be something that we're really sitting with. So we get the insight. For example, it's like something comes to us and it's like, oh my God, that was so clear. But then we actually sit with it. So sometimes what happens, and again, why people feel like they just need to return to the medicine space, is they get these really beautiful insights and then they come back and the insights disappear. It's like everything that felt so clear and made so much sense, it's not clear anymore. So they're like, I need to go back to that space to connect to the insights. But then we're not landing with them. We're not actually sitting with them. We're not noticing, like, what was it that made it so powerful? What was it that really made it feel like, that it was so important? And how do we then land with it? And so that's what this reflection stage is. It's really about noticing, how can we sit back and observe these changes, observe these insights, and then start to notice the changes within ourselves. So after a big medicine experience, we'll be able to just kind of reflect and notice, like, oh, things are shifting, I'm feeling differently. But if we don't have the reflection time to really note and be conscientious of the changes either we're making or we'd like to make, we just feel like we've lost all the insights, which isn't true. They're just feeling differently, because when we're in this like almost like a dream space, then we come back to this physical realm. It can be very difficult to kind of grasp onto. You may notice that like in this time you have more self-awareness, because we're able like to make the insights become a little bit more real. We want to observe these changes. Again, we're becoming more reflective. We're really trying to just notice the insights, sit with the medicine experience, and just be with whatever it is that has come up. And so it's during this time, it can be really beneficial to just notice what it is that has arisen. So after all these changes, after all these experiences, insights, and reflections, we might want to take action. We might feel like we really want to make some big changes. This can be immediately after a session. This can be days, weeks, months. It is not recommended that we make big changes right away. In the same way, when you experience a large loss, they recommend like, just don't go changing everything right away. That can be really tricky, because sometimes we can have something happen, but like say you're in Peru and you have a great ayahuasca experience, you're like, I'm going to move to Peru. It's like, don't move to Peru right now. It's like, we need to actually sit with these things. It's like, no, the medicine told me I should move to Peru. It's like, yes, but is that feasible right now? Does that make sense? Why does it have to happen right this minute? And it's about noticing that sometimes we feel like we just have to take action. because we want to connect so deeply to the feeling that we had in the medicine space. And we feel like just taking action is going to bring us right back to that feeling. But wherever you go, there you are. It's not going to be that easy. We can have these huge, big shifts that are beautiful and wonderful, and we can feel incredibly different, but we also don't need to like blow up our lives right away. Different from, say, example, one of your intentions was like, you kind of knew, a part of you knew, like, I think I'm meant to make a move to this particular place and I'm going to journey, I'm going to have an intention with it. You already have a plan, and this kind of like sets things in motion. It's different than all of a sudden something kind of hits you like a light bulb and you blow up your life. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's like sometimes we just want to take a little bit of time. And so it's about noticing, like, how can we sit with these things? How can we just really notice? And if everything aligns, great. But we don't have to go into action right away. And so sometimes it's about noticing, like, after, it's like, I am going to change boundaries with people. You know, often the best side effect of doing medicine work is this like deep sense of self-compassion and empathy. And so often what happens, some of these actions just happen. They are very natural. They don't take a lot of work. It's just something that shifts within us. So for example, you notice in the session, it's like, oh, I actually don't speak very nice to myself. I have this inner voice that's like an inner critic. And so then you start to recognize that that voice just seems to be shifting. It's becoming kinder. You're becoming less judgmental of yourself. And then the ripples of that is you're also becoming less judgmental of other people. And so then those are like actions that have kind of just quietly happened that you haven't had to do anything about. But then you can go back and reflect. You can notice, what has shifted? Why am I feeling there? What has changed? And then you can continue to like land in that. Sometimes it's about really allowing ourselves to be with the experience. Sometimes it's about like emotional releases and connecting to that and being more emotional, changing relationships or changing the way relationships look. And so that can be connected to boundary settings, or it might just be in general. It's like, I don't really feel like I want to keep, connecting with this person in this way. So I'm going to step back. And so it's just about recognizing there can be so many other actions or changes that we want to take, but it's after we're doing this. So we have the medicine experience, we have these huge, big insights. We've then reflected on them, and now we've decided, okay, there are some changes I need to make. There's some changes that are naturally happening, but there's more that I need to really sit with. And how do I make sure that they, stay very alive and very, content, like very grounded for us. And so then after we've done all this, we get to embodiment. It can take years to get here. It's like, and the whole thing is so we can have a medicine experience, we have some insights, we reflect on them, we take action, and then like I said, we've got to embodiment with one particular thing. And then we get, something happens. For example, the holidays are coming up, and is that Ram Dass quote? It's like, you think you're enlightened, then go spend a week with your family. So it's like we can feel very embodied, and then we're in a different situation or a different place. Like, oh, I'm not as embodied as I thought. Okay, here's some work I can do. Here's something else I can look at. I definitely used to think, like, I'd meet people like, man, they're fully healed. It's like, oh, no one's fully healed. This is an ongoing journey. It's an ongoing process. That's wonderful, but sometimes it can feel frustrating. It's like, how long is this journey going to go? Forever. It goes forever. We're always on the train. However, when we can get to a place of feeling embodied, that's really the goal. So what does it mean to be embodied? It really means we're feeling very authentic. Our behavior matches our intentions. We're able to do what we say and say what we do. We're allowing our nervous system, it can actually feel quite regulated. It doesn't mean we don't get bumps, but we're able to come back. We can feel very resilient. Things can happen and we seem to be able to like work with it. We don't seem to get bumped in the same way that we used to. It's noticing when a relationship or an interaction is maybe draining you and stepping away. It's again like the actions that we have started to take. We take them when we meet someone that no longer aligns. We can actually decide, like, when we want to say no, we can say no. And so embodiment is also going to look different for every single person, because feeling embodied is a genuine, authentic experience, but it's more about recognizing, like, okay, it's like I am all the things I have wanted to hold, I am holding. All the things I've wanted to be, I am being. And it doesn't mean there's not more work to be done. However, it just means that we're able to be okay with where we're at. Again, two things can be true. We can want to work on ourselves and be happy where we're at. And once we reach this embodiment stage, it's not that we have to get all the way here before we do more medicine work. But it's just about recognizing once we get to this stage, something comes up, we're then feeling like, okay, it's like I'm feeling down or I'm feeling overwhelmed, and we have things that can support us. Often I'll see people where it's like they'll just continue to live in the medicine space, and we're going to talk about why that happens, and there's ways that can also be supported. But when you meet someone who's like fully embodied, it's like they often have so many different resources, so many different things that support them, not just turning to psychedelics. It's like there has to be a whole different net of things. And that's some of the stuff we're going to talk about next, is like, what are the things we can actually use that can support us to get to this place of embodiment. So this is going to be ongoing. As I said, it can take years. And we're just going to keep moving towards, that space, ideally. I have no idea what time it is also.
It's 6:55.
Thank you so much. So what are challenges to integration? So there can be resistance, internal, external, recognizing like, oh, it's like, I'm ready to make changes. It's like, how many changes though? It's like, it can feel a lot when we come back from the medicine space. And again, we had all these insights and it felt so clear. And then we're coming back and it's like, everything's fake. This is not real. And it's like, but what am I supposed to do about it? And so that can be difficult. Resources. And when I talk about resources, there's so many different factors. Internally, what are our internal resources? So it's like, how are you able to bounce back after experiences? Are you able to kind of stay solid? How's your resiliency? Do you have outside support, your outside resources? Do you have friends, family, people you can talk to? If not, that can challenge the integration process. Excuse me. Do you have financial resources? Again, something major happens. You have a big medicine experience, or maybe there's a loss. Are you able to just take time? Do you have to return to the capitalist model? Do you have to just immediately go back to work? That's going to be a delay. That's going to slow down your process because you're not able to be with the things that are coming up. You have to be everywhere else. So then lack of support, that's another one. And often what happens is we feel like we don't have someone to talk to about these experiences. And so again, that's why we just go back to the medicine space. Like no one gets it, but this place makes me feel whole. This place makes me feel complete. So I'm going to go back there. And so again, that can be a challenge for us to actually land back here. Feeling disconnected from the insights. So again, everything felt clear, not feeling so clear. So it's like hard. It's like the waters feel muddy. We don't really know how to wade through to get to the space that we want to, or the fear of change and the feeling like the pressure to do and change everything all at once. So all of a sudden in that space, we saw all the different things that we needed to make different. And now it's like, there's too much. So for example, we've got like New Year's coming up and people have to make New Year's resolutions. For the record, the New Year starts in the spring. No one starts, you don't have to start new things in the winter. Everyone's hibernating, wait till the spring and like have some lovely New Year's resolutions. You don't have to start January 1st. But what happens is people are like, okay, I'm going to stop drinking. I'm going to stop eating sugar. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to they make this long list. And then what happens is one of those things we slip on and then everything else goes out the window. And so that happens in this integration space as well. We're like, okay, so it's like, I need to change my relationship with my parents. I need to talk to my sibling about this. I need to make these boundaries. And it just feels like it's too much. And when it's too much, that pressure, again, dysregulates us and makes it difficult to land. So these things can all make it really just overwhelming to integrate. And so then we end up just either staying where we're at, but like berating ourselves for it, or just finding it much more difficult to like land in the present because we've had this big experience. We feel like a different person and we can't seem to get out of our own way. We can't seem to make these changes. And so it's like when we experience the overwhelm, when we have the lack of resources, when we have the lack of support, all of these things make it difficult. So it's about remembering if you've had challenges with integration, of course you have. It's like we don't live in a space that gives us time or that really allows us to like land very deeply. So it's just important to note these are different things that we can bump up against. And it's also about noticing like, what's your cultural framework? Do you have a really big spiritual experience that literally you feel like, changes the idea of everything you've known, and then you come back here? And we call that a spiritual emergence, when you're trying to like make sense of the material world, when you've been in the spiritual. And again, like a doctor would probably say you're into psychosis. It's like, are you, or did you just, maybe the veil was lifted a little bit? And so, but if you don't understand that frame of reference, it can just be very difficult to come back to now. So we're going to go through numerous different tools to integrate. We are holistic beings. We need holistic ways to integrate. There is not one single way. We're going to look at each and every one of these, and I'm going to give you kind of an example of each of them. Notice where you feel most drawn. Ideally, we'll have a little bit from each. However, if there's like one particular space, you're like, oh, I feel like I really need to integrate things in my body. Then it's like, figure out other somatic ways that can really help you to land. Kind of noticing these different aspects because they can just really help us. And it's also about noticing in the medicine experience, what came to you. We can use that for integration as well. At any point, for example, was there like a waterfall that like washed away all of the pain? So it's like the next time you're in the shower, you're going to close your eyes, you're going to connect with that feeling, you're going to imagine the shower doing the same thing. Did you experience like big tree roots or feel really grounded in the earth? So you're going to take a second, you're going to close your eyes, you're going to imagine roots coming out of your feet, you're going to connect to that feeling. Basically, we can bring the journey with us moving forward, and we can help it to remind us of what it was that we connected to. And so it's like having those aspects of noticing like, oh, in the journey, I felt this. How can I bring it into my everyday life? It can help us with the landing after. So somatic, we're talking about, that's the body. Mindful movement can be very beneficial. So when we say mindful, all that means is observing without judgment. That's it. That's all being mindful means. We're going to observe it without judgment. So we're going to either do yoga, we're going to dance, we're going to walk, we're going to exercise, we're going to move our bodies in a mindful way. So we're present, we're connected to breath, we're moving the body, we're being aware of it, but we're not judging it. You get an ache, you get a pain, you're like, oh, it's my knee again. It's like, no, we're going to be like, oh, that's just information. My knee is sore when I do that. I better do that less. Or maybe I need to stretch it. It's about how do we observe it? How do we not judge it? Just being in the body is sometimes a great thing to do to integrate, because what happens is we're often not really in the body. I see it so many times when people come into the medicine space, often they're like, oh, I'd like to be more in my body. I want to be more in my heart. I'm always in my head. So sometimes it's jarring after a medicine session. We come back, we're like, oh my God, I can feel my whole body. I can feel all the emotions, and it can feel like it's a lot. And so just noticing what is it like to be in your body. And sometimes people feel so connected to their body in the medicine space, and it's beautiful and lovely, and they can have all this gratitude. And then again, we return to the world and like we kind of lose that a little bit. And so it's how do we just be in the body? Sometimes we need to shake out the things that are in it. And so we notice, like, say you got in touch with trauma or something difficult and it feels like stuck, like a simple, like a simple shaking or bouncing. It's like you just literally shake it out. You can shake out your legs, move your feet. It's like you're really kind of like you can move things out of the body in a very simple way. And so it's like it's about how do we land back into this new body. So again, we've had some big experience and the body feels different. We're landing in it in a new way. Or even just a simple body scan. And so with that, we can just do, I'm going to get y'all to just close your eyes for a minute. We're going to do just a couple minute body scan just to demonstrate how simple it is. If it feels comfortable, you can either have a soft gaze, eyes open, close. And we're just going to start with like a nice deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. And just bring your awareness to your feet. Just feel them on the earth. Wiggle your toes. And as you feel your feet, feel them just solid on the ground. And envision the earth is just holding your feet. And there's a relaxing energy coming from the earth. That energy just gradually moves from your feet, up your legs. It reaches your strong, supporting leg muscles that carry you through the day. Breathing in just the relaxing energy from the earth as it moves up to your low back. Gently notice your stomach as it rises and falls. Feel your lungs as they expand with air. Gently continuing to bring awareness up your chest. Allow your shoulders just to sink. Notice as the energy moves down your arms to your hands and fingers. Bringing awareness to your neck. You can move it from side to side. If you notice it's a little tight, just gentle, bringing awareness. Relaxing the jaw, cheeks, muscles around the lips, temples, and eyes. And as the energy has moved all the way to the top of the head, just envision a beam of light connecting to the sky. And just breathing in the energy that can move all the way from your toes to the top of your head. I invite you to take another deep breath in and then sigh it out. And then open your eyes. So just doing a simple exercise like that, when we're just focusing on moving up the body, all of our thoughts are just in the body. And so it's about recognizing, like, how do we make the body feel safe? So many of us don't feel safe in the body. It's not a safe place. And so after a medicine session, we might recognize, like, oh, my body actually feels nice. In order to keep that, to integrate that feeling, we have to be in the body. We have to land in it. We have to like recognize it is a part of us. And so we do that by just simple check-ins, things like that, to be able to just do body scans or a shaking, a bouncing, whatever it is. If it's mindful, you're just paying attention to it. So if we want to integrate the emotional aspect of self, of the experience, it's great to treat emotions like waves. They come, they peak, they crash, they recede. They're not going to stick around forever. Often what happens after a medicine session, we might be extra emotional. I've worked with so many people like, I've never been like this. And like, yeah, you're like allowing that part of yourself to come alive. You're allowing yourself to feel emotions. They're not going to take over. They are going to come, they're going to go. And sometimes immediately after an experience, they feel like they're really big. They're not always going to stay that way. Take time when the emotions come up. You can journal with it. Sometimes it's also about like making a voice note or something. It's like speaking about the experience to others or to yourself if journaling doesn't work. But it's really about how do we be with this emotional piece. Art exercises. Art is such a wonderful way to integrate from psychedelic experiences. But a lot of times as grown-ups, we feel like, you know, like, oh, I felt like a wolf. I'm going to draw a wolf. And you're like, this doesn't look anything like a wolf. It's like, we're not trying to draw the image. We're trying to draw the feeling. So the next time you want to really like express whatever it was, it's like, don't try to draw what the thing looked like. Draw what it felt like. So it's like, oh, the wolf, it was black and powerful. And it took over, like, took this huge thing. It's like, so that's what you draw, like big black circles or scribbles, or you connect to the emotion and you put it on paper. You ever see a kid draw a picture and you're like, what did you draw? Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. They're just doing it. They're actually in the act of being mindful, present. They're just doing it. And like, we kind of lose that. This is a great way to reconnect. Or maybe you're really like self-conscious about drawing. Go pick up some magazines, cut them up, tape them to pages. You know, it's like you can make an image that feels alive for you, and it doesn't have to look like, it doesn't have to be a drawing, doesn't have to be a painting, but it can be an image that captures that feeling. Or something else very simple you can do, and we'll just do it right now. You can do this at least once, maybe twice a day, or as much as you want, but you're going to check in with how you're feeling. So it's just going to start. You're just going to take a nice deep breath. You can have your eyes open or closed, whatever feels good. I recommend put your hand on your stomach or your chest. It's how we like really connect with our own body. And just internally, you're going to ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? What am I feeling right now? And just breathe with that. Note it. Breathe into it and then let it go. But that's it. We just have to do these very simple check-in. Like, what is it? How often do you check in and ask yourself how you're feeling? It's like someone be like, how are you feeling? Good. It's like, did you even check? Do you feel good? It's like, that's just what we say. But when we're checking with ourselves, what are you actually feeling? So you could do it when you wake up in the morning. You do it when you go to bed. but it's like just a very simple check-in. So again, the emotions, if you've been someone who hasn't been attached or connected to your emotions, and now all of a sudden you're feeling overwhelmed, they're going to feel like waves that are tsunamis and kind of coming and crashing over you. We can just give them space, and then it can really help us with the landing. How do we integrate the thinking piece? So again, even if we've been living in our mind a lot, it's important to kind of note, how do we make meaning from the experience? So there might be changes in our thinking pattern, and it's about noticing, how am I thinking differently? And what is it that has shifted? It's like, oh, I used to think this, went to this, and now I'm noticing it's different. And it's also about like reinforcing the positive. So again, we observing without judgment. And it's like, after medicine experiences, our brains have this wonderful neuroplasticity. We can make all these really cool changes. And so really we should be treat your brain after these experiences like a really excited toddler who's excited to learn. And what we want to do is we want to reinforce the positive. We don't want to berate it. So if you're someone who's often had a very negative inner voice, and all of a sudden it's like you're noticing like you're slipping, it's like, oh, I was just like judging myself, and stupid, I'm doing it again. It's like, no, we're observing without judgment. It's like, oh, that wasn't a very kind thought I had about myself. I wonder how I could do that differently. Or when we notice like, hey, I just went a different way. I never go that way. I always usually go to this route where I'm like judging people and I didn't do it. And we reinforce that. We're like, good job, brain. Thank you so much. Our brain loves patterns. It's like, you see it all the time. We love patterns. People, you see like the sidewalk that goes this way, and then like the path of like mud that goes this way, because everyone just takes the shortcut. Our brain takes the shortcut too, the path of least resistance. And so after this, we can make that path of least resistance the positive aspects of things instead. We're trying not to judge. Things come up, we're observing it. And so again, the insights that we had in the medicine space, we're like, oh, that made so much sense. That was so clear. And then we come back, we're like, that was stupid. I probably made that up. No, it was very real in that space. We are not going to judge it. We're going to treat it as real. How do we incorporate it maybe a little bit better? It's also about exploring neutral thinking spaces. This is something we can practice. If going to the positive feels like it's too much, then it's like, how do we go to the neutral? So instead of going to the negative, often we have like the judge, where it's like something comes up, we judge it harshly. Instead of going to the judge, let's go to the neutral. So a really great way to practice, like, what is a neutral thinking space? Think of paper towel. Just think of paper towel. Do you have to buy it? Do you have any at home? Do you have anything? Most of us don't have any emotional connection to paper towel. So it's a great way to notice, it's like, I don't feel anything about paper towel. I just think of it. I can maybe picture it, and that's it. Ideally, we could live in the neutral more regularly. It would help us, because what often happens is we get a thought like, oh, I was supposed to call so-and-so. I don't know if I think they're mad at me. Are they mad at me? When was the last time? What did they say? And then all of a sudden we go from like the thinking to the anxious, and we're having a nervous system reaction. And so if we're trying to integrate a new way of thinking, we have to also recognize, like, we can just have thoughts. We don't have to have the emotional kind of charged aspect to it. And so a great way is like, we're just going to go to a neutral thinking space. And if maybe you have like an emotional connection to paper towel, think about something else. But it's about noticing there's things we can actually have a neutral thought to that doesn't have anything charged to it at all. And it really helps us to like come back to center and then recognize, like, okay, how can I observe things without having this emotional pull to it? And so that can really help us to kind of like land. How do we integrate the spiritual? Sometimes these medicine spaces feel so big and so impactful and so beautiful because all of a sudden we connect to oneness. We connect to like this greater cosmos. We connect to each other. And then we come back here and all we feel is disconnected. And so that can be a very big loss. So it's more about, how do we bring this into our daily life? And sometimes it's about having daily rituals. Like, I have an altar that's permanently set up. I like Palo Santo. I pull cards. It's like, I really just like try to have a little daily ritual with that every day. But also it's like, how do we connect to something greater? Is it God? Is it spirit? Is it consciousness? Is it a simulation? Either way, with all that, we're not alone. Something else is directing this. Something else is making us feel connected. So give yourself space and time to explore that. What does that feel like? What is it like to actually believe there's something bigger? Maybe it's about meditating. Maybe it's about praying and calling in. For example, if in the medicine experience, maybe there were guides, maybe there was ancestors, maybe there were actual people that came and visited you. Connect to them when you're not in that space. Write letters to them. Like, talk to them. Bring them into your everyday life so that that is something that can make you feel more connected to this part. So again, you don't feel like the only way I get this piece is if I go and take more medicine. It's like, well, maybe we got to figure out how can we bring this into your daily life so that you're just also feeling this like really great connection to everything around us. Another wonderful, simple thing that you can do every single day is a gratitude practice. And it can be very simple. You can just list 3 things that you are grateful for. They found that it can be really beneficial for lowering blood pressure, making us feel happier. And in general, we just can feel a better sense of the world around us and ourselves in general. So we're going to do that right now. You're going to just take a second and you're just going to think about, you're just going to sit here. Again, you can put your hand on your chest, on your belly, and you're just going to think, what are 3 things you are grateful for right now in this moment? They don't have to be big. Just 3 things that you are very grateful for in this moment. That's just a simple practice you can do every single day that can help make you feel connected to something else, can make you feel something connected to something greater. And it can be as simple as like, I am grateful my legs walked me in here. It's like, it can, you know, it doesn't have to be something big. And when we're feeling really down, it can sometimes be difficult to connect to those things. But these are all practices that if we can start doing every day, it's easier on the days when we feel overwhelmed. So how do we integrate the relational piece? So this relational and having connection can help us with integration so much. And I hear time and time again, so many times people feel like they just don't have anyone to talk to about these types of experiences. And so then they're like, well, I'll have to like find someone, or I have to move, or I have whatever it is. It's like, you can also share these experiences with people who maybe don't quite get it. And that's okay too. Sometimes they love to hear it. And I've heard so often where people are like, oh, my parents were so against this, but I keep talking to them about it. And now they're like curious, and now they're asking questions, and now they're wondering things. And it's like, it can be the same with the people in our lives. It's okay to talk about it. A relational piece means that after we have a big medicine journey, we need to talk about it. It's like, we need to really get it out of our own body and out of our own mind. And psychedelic journeys are like dreams, like trying to explain a dream to someone. They're like, okay. And it's like, I saw a meme porn is great. It's like, you're in a dream. You're like, this is my dad's Walmart. It's like, it doesn't, like, dreams make no sense. Why did that make sense at the time? Who knows? Psychedelic medicine journeys are the same. Things in it, they might not make sense to anyone but you, but it's still okay to share that, because then your speaking about it helps kind of tease it out and gives more understanding. Find community. You've done it. You're already here. A+. But it's like meeting people who are interested in this can also help, because then you're able to share these types of experiences with people who get it. And that in itself can be really grounding. So it's like, oh, it's like, I had this crazy journey and this happened. Like, someone was like, that's crazy. That didn't happen to me, but I've had a very similar journey where this happened with this medicine. And it can help to make us feel much more grounded and connected. It's also deciding, like, how do you want to show up? So you've had these big experiences. What is it you want to do in relationship? And it's like, sometimes it's being able to then talk to people who are close to you, who get it, to be like, this is how I want things to be different since I've had this big experience. And that can be really helpful to have that. Sometimes it's also about just going to therapy. I've talked to so many people who are like, my therapist doesn't really get this, but they're really interested. And it's like, sometimes just talking about it is helpful. Again, we don't have to talk to only people that get it. It's also wonderful for the psychedelic community to talk to people who don't get it. You know, it's like, sometimes you need to share this, you know, this like wealth of knowledge and this wisdom with other people, whether they get it or not. And also connecting to community, like the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, we're here to try to build community. It's one of our ethos. We really want to make sure that people are not feeling alone in their integration journey, after their medicine journeys. It's really like, how can we expand that? We'll also have, like, we're here this evening, but we also have a social just on Friday night at the Shambhala Center at 7. And so that will be in person, and a way for people just to connect and to talk and just to be together in community. I believe it's harm reduction. We're having a talk on harm reduction. So again, it's like, how do we also support people that are in these like weird and wonderful spaces of psychedelics? So we've already kind of covered, just time check. I still don't know what
It's 7:19.
Okay, perfect. So we've already kind of gone through some tools today to help you integrate. So again, a body scan that helps get you into the body. And so when we're in the body, it's like we're allowing the experience to really settle within us. And so again, the somatic aspect of things, because after a medicine experience, you might just be exhausted. Sometimes what happens is people are now recognizing the weight that their body has been carrying, and they actually weren't aware of it until after this. So sometimes what comes with the compassion piece is the actual, like, just like you've put down this weight you've been carrying for your whole life, and your body just takes a lot of time to integrate it. So it's like maybe emotionally you feel great, but physically you feel awful. That's incredibly normal. But it's like, how do we make the body feel safe? And so it's about, like, again, a body scan or just being in the body. It can just be just little check-ins with how does the body feel, in the same way that we did the micro check-in for the emotions. How am I feeling right now? You could do that for all aspects. You could check in first. You could sit down, be like, okay, breathing in, do a little body scan. How does my body feel right now? Are there places where it's aching? Are there places where it's sore? How do we actually connect to the body? And then even say, it's like, okay, you're safe, you're fine, you're in the present, everything's okay. And that can help with the landing in that space as well. We did the what am I feeling right now? I recommend also doing that if you want to check in. You want to notice maybe what relationships are draining you, what ones are positive for you, which ones are negative for you. If like you're going into some kind of group experience, or you're going to meet with a friend, you kind of have a hunch like, I think they drain me. It's like before you go in, you're just going to do a little check, like, how do I feel right now? Like, I feel great. I feel full of energy. I feel like grounded. And then you leave the experience and you check, like, how am I feeling right now? You're like, oh God, I feel exhausted. I feel, and it's recognizing, like, okay, so then what happened in the in-between time? And so it's like doing these little check-ins just gives us information. And so we want to like integrate from these big experiences. So we're just taking in all of this information that we can. So that micro check-in of how am I feeling is beneficial all the time. The mindful neutral awareness. So to really help us land with like our noticing our thinking patterns. So again, just connecting to the thinking mind instead of the emotional, anxious, or all the other things that can come up. We connect to this neutral. It's like, okay, I'm thinking of paper towel roll. I have nothing. There's nothing that's bringing me anywhere else. And then noticing like, okay, when my thoughts get charged, why? Where are they going? What's pulling them in that direction? And that can help us just kind of land back into where our thinking needs to be or where we'd like it to be, and just be able to kind of pay attention to it. Gratitude practice, just 3 things. You can start in the morning, do it anytime during the day, and just noticing these things that are really going to help you to feel happy and grateful for the life that you have. And then connect in community. It's so beneficial for us to do this. And again, because we live in the world we live in, it's hard sometimes to do that, to make time. But we are emotional beings, whether you're an introvert or an extrovert. We do at some point need connection with people. It can just make us feel more alive. And so especially after having a really big experience, so whether it's psychedelic, whether it's a big loss, a move, a change, a shift, trying to connect to people in general can make us feel very, very grounded and connected to each and every one of us. So what have we learned this evening? Integration can take time. It can take years. It can take years. I'm so sorry. It can take a long time. And again, it's like we can have this moment, we can have this big medicine experience, we get some insights, we reflect on them, we take action, we embody, and then we're like, oh no, I've got another insight, I've got another. And so again, it's like, although it was a line, it's not linear. We'll kind of go back and forth. However, it's like the more time, the gentler, the more compassion we can have for ourselves, the easier it can be. And so again, instead of following like it has to be a certain amount of time, it doesn't. There's no set time. It's all made up, you guys. Everything's made up. Nothing's real. So we can take as much time as we want to be with the things so that we're actually landing with these changes we want to make. There are so many different ways to integrate. And one of the things, I have a handout that I'll give each of you, and for people online, there's be a link after this that they can look up. So it's a handout that has all kinds of journal prompts that can help you to like with asking numerous different questions. It would take a while to go through all of them. So you can just kind of take one a day or a couple, see what kind of jumps out to you. And there's also creative ways of like, one of them is like, how would you move your body if you were connecting to the feeling of the medicine session? Like things that are like, how do I just get into this different space or a different way of thinking that can really help us? And so it's like, again, the ways we can integrate is incredibly vast, and you have to notice what feels right for you. If you're like, I don't want to journal, like, great. Do you want to like talk about it? Could you like send yourself a voice note? What is it that actually feels alive for you as a way to kind of land with it? And then you can do it daily. every single day you can do these things, but you also don't have to. We don't have to be healing every single day, but it's just there's simple practices that we can do to help us to really land. These are some resources. So MAPS has this great integration station that goes through, it has different videos, it has different resources. There's lots of different ways that you can kind of look at integration as a whole. Fireside Project, they basically have a peer support line that you can chat, you can call. It's all run by volunteers. I know a few people that work there. And basically, if you're ever just like, I need help integrating, or if you're having a difficult psychedelic experience, you can call them and they will help you and they'll kind of move through things. And then the last one is just, that's the integration handout with people in here will be just given, but for folks online if they want it. Thank you so much. I wonder if anyone has any questions or things that they're wondering about integration or
Angela?
Yes.
That was really great.
Oh,
Well.
You're welcome.
What I'm hoping you can speak to
Yeah.
is the intention setting piece.
Mhm.
How might you suggest a person start that process to land on it? What might it sound like? And then how do you connect it to the integration?
Yeah. So for intention setting, there's a few different ways. So I like to, for example, someone says they're feeling like depressed, anxious. It's like, I don't feel like we need to bring that into the space because it's your lived experience. So it's more so it's like kind of doing the miracle question. Like imagine you woke up tomorrow and you were feeling wonderful. You know, it's like there was no anxiety, there was no depression. What are the words you would use to describe your life? It's like, I feel powerful, I feel grounded, I feel whatever. It's like, so then that's what we make the intentions about. And so it's more, it's like connect to healing, connect to grounding, connect to, it's like, again, we can kind of like bypass the difficult will probably still come up because it'll show us we have to go through it. However, it's more, it's like where we've got this wonderful neuroplasticity. So let's just get you to where you want to go. And then it's also, I think, great to like ask a question. So it's like, I usually will use statements and questions. So for example, it's like, you know, it's like, oh, I'm feeling like, why, I don't know. It's like, I feel depressed all the time. And it's like, okay, so what's your block to happiness? Or it's like, there's just things that you can ask because what you're doing is you're asking yourself and you're asking the medicine. And I feel like everyone has this internal wisdom. It's like, we all have it, but sometimes we just need to get out of the way to get it. And so that's kind of the way I would do it. And so then what happens when we're getting to the integration piece is like, okay, so I connected to, it's like I saw myself fully happy and empowered, but I still feel like shit. It's like, so how do I get there? And it's about like, again, the small changes. And so we come out of it and sometimes there can be a bit of a deflation of like, oh, I thought, you know, it's like, I've actually had people who've been like super disappointed that all they connected to was like peace. So like, oh, I thought it was going to be hard. It's like, it doesn't have to be hard. But then when you come back to this life, like the physical realm, everything still feels hard. And so it's sometimes about like, again, giving yourself those like mindful moments of connecting to what that feeling was. It's like connecting to the experience of like, oh, I felt so embodied. It's like, okay, so what did embodiment feel like? What were your thoughts? What were your emotions? What was your body kind of holding in those moments? And we just bring that into the daily life. Does that feel like that answers?
Yeah, I've heard this expression that, and it was applied to breath work, not psychedelics, but it was everything from your experience is connected to your intention, and then your reflection is about bringing it all together. So it sounds really
Yeah, it can. It also sometimes it's like often we'll hit the intentions and then it's almost like, oh, tick next. Like not, it's like, oh, I've kind of like, I understand this piece. And so then you can kind of like almost like wave, you can go through it in a way. And then it's like, okay, so now I want to move to like, it's almost like the intentions help open us up to our own inner wisdom. And once we've connected to it, it's like, well, where else can I go? Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
I just have more of a comment. I just wanted to thank you for bringing neutrality to awareness because I haven't really heard that so much in like integration talk, and I think it's really helped me personally. And I actually think, you know, that's one of the most difficult parts about integration. I think is like the capitalist hellscape that you're living in, and and I think like I've had this thought recently that like neutrality is like such a form of resistance against that because we literally in like the attention economy that we live in today, we have trillions of dollars that are trying to dysregulate us at every single moment. So like, yeah, I just think that's a very powerful piece.
Yeah. And in case they didn't hear online, I'll just say the neutrality, the importance of the neutrality and how it use that as a form of resistance. Yeah, love that for sure. Thank you. Yes, Maya.
I was just wondering, like, with different medicines, right? There might be different. I feel like what I do right now is like sometimes I have a big dose, and then sometimes I just have a recreational dose.
Yep.
Because then that helps me integrate somehow, because it reminds me of the bigger dose, but I'm able to be social with it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a different situation.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
Yeah, I mean, I
doses
think,
and-
so like the macro versus the smaller dose. I think I think it's just about being intentional with it.
Yeah.
And it's about noticing. And sometimes, like, for example, like cannabis is an excellent integrator.
That's what I-
So it's like, so you might have like a big, like psilocybin journey and you feel like it's complete. And then you like sit down with some cannabis, you're like, whoa, never mind, we're back in it. But I'm like getting different insights. And so it's like different medicines can also help integrate or help make sense. And it's just using them intentionally. Again, I don't think like you have one journey and then you spend your whole life integrating it. It's just more about that piece of like, when you're really in it and you're like, I don't know how to make sense of this, that's not the time to like jump in and then have another big experience, just because if we're not resourced enough, it can like blow out our ego. It just can become really, really overwhelming. Yeah. Anything else?
So you mentioned Iboga earlier. So what have you had experience with this?
I haven't worked with Iboga, but I've supported people who have. And I just know like it can be hard to integrate from because it's such an intense medicine. And so again, you can be in the space for like days. And so it's again, the integration sometimes is just difficult for like the actual physical body of like coming back after something like that. And that's not even like the emotional, the insights or things, like all the stuff that can come. I know it's being used for addiction and things like that. And it's been proven to be really, really helpful. It's just with all of these, it's like trying to have a support system. So sometimes I'll work with people like, I'm going to go do this medicine. And then they come back and it's like, okay, so you need help like landing after. And it's just about making sure that there can be supports.
Yeah, so we're thinking of doing it, but we're probably years getting there.
Yeah.
Because it's a 10-day thing.
Yeah.
But I said, okay, so we have to do all this work, do this. But then after, what is the work look like?
Yeah.
And that's why we're here today.
Oh, beautiful.
Because we did know this exists.
Yeah.
There is support. Because obviously I can't.
Do not do it by yourself. No. Well, and it's like, I think it's a great way to view it is like the work doesn't end when we take the medicine. It's literally just begun. We're going into a new phase. And usually what happens though, is we feel far more resourced and more resilient after. But it's still like it still can be like, and I say work, like it's beautiful and wonderful. And we can feel so great and so like wonderful after, but it's just like, now it's like all the patterns that we had thought like, okay, and I'll change them after this. It's like, oh no shit, now I got to change them. And it's like, that's the part that can just be tricky. So yeah, I mean, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society is here. We've got like, there's actually a growing community of like psychedelic practitioners in Nova Scotia as well. So there's definitely support 100%. You're welcome. Okay. Thank you all so much for your attention and your questions. And thanks again.
Thank you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You wake up wired, worn and tired, scrolling through the same old feed. Same script, nothing that you really need. Go inside, there's a system running quiet, balancing the highs and lows. Always working, steady pilot. Cannabinoid, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet stars. Cannabinoid, keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tuning all these tiny signals till my body feels like home. 3 letters here, 3 there, tiny keys to bigger doors. Little shifts in how I sleep, how I eat, how I restore. Not a magic, just a language that my deeper self can read. Talking softly to the parts that decide what I really need. Cannabinoid, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heartbeat to my breathing, you're the quiet star. Keep me level, finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tuning all these tiny signals till my body feels like home. All these hidden circuits humming, from my thoughts down to my bones. Every rise and every falling, you're rewriting what I've known. Not about chasing a feeling, more about a deeper sign that my life can find its balance, one small message at a time. Cannabinoids, keep me steady, bring me back when I slip too far. From my heart breathing. You're the quiet stars. Can't have the noise, keep me level. Finding calm in the middle of the storm. Tuning all these tiny signals till my body feels like home.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.